Think that I just come in there and look for knockoffs, and that's not the case. I'm actually a sharp, smart fighter.
So, well, I'm here. Who wanted to fight me?
I really don't care who's in front of me. I don't feel like no fighter can beat me.
Welcome to Body Work. Welcome back. It's Michael Rogers. Welcome to Body Work Boxing. It feels so good to be back. I ain't even playing no games with y'all today, man. Like, what the fuck did we just witness? Like, literally, what did we just witness? Like, the great white hype. I be trying to tell y'all, man, like, it don't be cool to be playing all that political bullshit, man. Like, this shit that we just witnessed, man, this shit with Alexander Usyk, man, that shit, if that shit don't rub you the wrong way, get the fuck out of boxing. Like, that man just got he literally got his ass boxed off by a kickboxer, cherry picking. And that's what I be trying to say about this nigga Shakur, this nigga Clout Sean, all these niggas running around, Devin. These niggas gonna cherry pick their way into an ass whooping, and there ain't gonna nothing we can do about it because they're gonna be under the guise of the people that control the judges. Like, what did we just witness? Like, Rico whooped his ass from pillar to post. By like the 6th round, I said Usyk needed 2 knockdowns and he needed to box it out just to win. And then we get some weird shit where they got a premature stoppage. Like, what the hell was that? Like, if y'all not online right now, boycotting and expressing yourselves about this bullshit right now. That's why I never respected everybody say, oh man, Alexander Usyk and blah, blah, blah. Because if he was in the same era as Tyson and Holyfield and Lennox Lewis and all them, he would have got his ass busted like a grape. Like, what are we talking about? We just literally seen a kickboxer hunched over, head over his feet, leaning over, beat the shit out of Usyk. And because he got a drop in the later rounds, they stopped the fight. Like, literally, like, what? Like, I don't give a, I don't care, man. I don't care if you, it's a whole lot of shit that's going on with boxing. This is why I took a break. This is exactly why I took a break. Because I'm like, what the fuck are we watching? Like, why are we watching boxing? Why are we supporting boxing? Like, why are we boxing fans now? Because the media, and even the way they was commentating, even Chris Mannix, his scorecard was right. I was right in line with Chris Mannix. But how the fuck do you agree? Verhoeven, like Rico, he got up. Usyk was at a point to where he needed 2 knockdowns, and he needed to box it out for 2 more rounds after that in order for him to win. Y'all don't see how this shit is fixed? Like, what's wrong with boxing? I was gonna wait till tomorrow. I was gonna wait till tomorrow because look, I was doing good. My first leg, I had Frank Sanchez, the Sasquatch. As long as I ain't see no knee brace, I had him busting Torres' ass. And I called in the first round. You can ask my lady, I said, oh man, he see that right uppercut. Because I do this shit all the time. I know boxing. I said, they were going to stop Torres. Right uppercut. And by gosh, that shit landed so smooth. Bah! You couldn't even get up. I was like, okay, cool. And then Gilsov, he want to stand there and pose. He want to let Jack Catterall be first. I had Gilsov. So the second leg of my parlay was busted. The third leg of my parlay, was Hamza Shiraz stopping Buddy. And what did he do? He stopped Buddy. So I was winning. But when Gil saw busting my parlay, I said, okay, cool. Well, I'm going to go with Hamza Shiraz stopping old boy, and I'm going to go with Rico. And then we get this bullshit. Like, it was no way. It was no way. Like, because he did not hit Rico to where he could not get up, and then the bell rang. It was over. Like, if y'all not protesting this bullshit, like, get out of the sport of boxing, man. I don't give a fuck about what you got to say about boxing. Like, all of this toxic. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, but what did we just witness, y'all? I've been talking all this week, man. Everywhere I go, I was on the Boxing Voice. I went on my man Crush channel. I said, man, the Great White Hope is about to get exposed, bro. And what happened? The nigga got exposed. And he still got the decision. Like, what did we just witness? If y'all are okay with everything that's going on with the sport of boxing, man, like, y'all are part of the problem, man. Like, this shit is ridiculous. It's like, even when you bet and you got it all lined up, it's some WWE, WWF, or some fixed card bullshit. Like, because Catterall busted my parlay, I was like, okay, cool, but at least because I pulled for Catterall, I just thought Gearshaw was going to throw his hands. I was okay. Now YouTube want to play with me. Now YouTube want to play with me. Now YouTube want to kick me out arbitrarily. I ain't push nothing. I ain't do nothing. Now YouTube want to just arbitrarily kick me out of the studio. Shout out to Cookie Monster. Body work. Like, what are we witnessing, y'all? Shout out to No School Violence. Yo, I see you. No School. Salute. But what did we just watch? We just watched the Great White Hype get his ass busted. I don't care what the judgment that was rendered. I don't give a fuck. Like, we just saw Alexander Usyk, and everybody been talking about, because every time somebody been trying to tell me that Alexander Usyk was one of the greatest of all time because he went from cruiserweight to heavyweight, just like Holyfield. It just never sat right. And I'm like, hold on. I gave Wilder a whole lot of bullshit because of the era in which he reigned in, where the era of heavyweight was some bullshit. Alexander Usyk came out right after that, and because he came from cruiserweight to heavyweight, and he did what he did to Fury and AJ, now he the greatest of all times. Can you imagine if he was in the same era as Tyson, Holyfield, Lennox Lewis, Busted Douglas, he would have got his ass busted. And we seen the kickboxer come over and get this man work to where he needed 2 rounds. I was calling it out round by round. I said, oh, at this point, he needed 2 knockdowns and he needed to box it out for 2 more rounds after that to actually get a win. But they let 1 knockdown negate everything that Rico did the whole fight, bro. Great white hype. Great white hype. Like, where are we at right now with boxing, man? Talk to me, y'all. Like, where are we at with boxing, y'all? And it was just a couple, because whenever I bet, it's never more than what I can afford. So I put a little 15 here, put a little 10 there. You know what I'm saying? I'm like 25. Like $25, okay. That's lunch. I had 1.5 days. One day, depending on if I'm in DC, Virginia. If I'm in DC or Virginia, that might be one day. But that's lunch money. That's nothing. So it ain't a point about the money. It's more in the fact that what are we watching? What are we witnessing in the sport of boxing to where, like, Usyk can get away with that and people are going to still be calling him pound for pound #1? Like, what the fuck are we talking about, y'all? That nigga Rico beat his ass from pillar to post. I guess I'm the only one that feels some kind of way. Cookie Monster say, I thought when the bell rings, it's time to rest up in your corner. That's what I thought. When they said that the fight was over and all that, I said, what the hell is going on? Like, that's why I said, man, what did we just witness? Cookie, you saw the same fight as me. I said, okay, cool. He dropped him in the later rounds. Okay, cool. But one drop, it was the 5th or the 6th round when I said that he needed 2 drops and to box it out in order to win. And they called the fight. So everybody that bent over and kissed the nipple rings of Turkey Al-Sheikh, like, are y'all proud of yourselves? I like, can you look yourself in the mirror? Can you like brush your teeth and wash your face and look at yourself in the mirror and be content with what's going on? And this is the main reason why for the last week, I really haven't been compelled to come out and do no content. Why? Because people are all like the media, they all propping up Keyshawn off after that lackluster performance and letting them off the hook and giving them all these excuses like Tim Bradley saying, oh, his tummy was hurting. That's why he didn't do what he said he was going to do and stopping Nahir Albright. And then we still haven't heard from Shakur, even though Shakur was linked up with Devin. And then Devin, he just ducked Rolly, but ain't nobody saying shit. There's only a couple people that's keeping it all the way to buck, like my man Crush. Crush coming on, he crushing it. Crush, he choosing violence. He just stepping on all kind of shit, calling it like it is. And I'm like, hey, I can't do nothing but salute. But nobody want to give him. Ness, he finally turned the corner. Ness finally saying Devin ducked Rolly. But everybody trying to say that Rolly ducked Gearsov. After you seen Gearsov against Catterall, you really think Rolly is ducking Gearsov? When he been working with the talented Mr. David Morrell, even though David Morrell missed, you know what I'm saying, he just lost. But he been He been in there boxing and building his skills with David Morrell. And also the young Joseph Brown at 154, who came from the same background as kickboxing as him. But Nessius came out and said that you can't call yourself Debo when you just ducked the fight with Rolly. And everybody trying to say Rolly was ducking his mandatory. You really think Rolly was ducking his mandatory after we just seen Gearsov versus Catterall? And that was a Catterall without no Bozy. Like, boxing is disgusting right now. Like, I was one leg in and one leg out last week. And that's why I said, you know what, I'm gonna take a step back, because I don't want to come off as like the motherfucker that come on and he's just always angry and always disappointed and always got something negative to say about boxing and this and this and that. I mean, the only bright spot I've actually seen was that my man Tank is coming back. And there's one channel that's saying that he's supposed to be fighting Floyd Schofield. And lightweight, I was hoping that's what was going to happen. Even though part of me was saying, why Tank got to be the one that come out and knock Frank Martin out before everybody else? Why Tank got to be the one that come out and spark Floyd Schofield before everybody else? But I'm over that. I don't care. I know my man Tank, he got the juice. You can use politics, you can scam your way, you can politic your way into using the masses, the media clips, all these things to try to explain away the fact that Tank is still the man. Why? Because in his absence, nobody wanted to grab the reins. Brian Norman tried, he ran up against Devin Haney. Abdullah Mason, he was going for it. O'Shaquie Foster, he was going for it. Shakur wanted for him the opportunity, so what got to happen? He got to fight his little man, Raymond Ford. So that's what we left to deal with. And I think that it's going to be belt to ass just like Fulton. That's just my opinion. But the state of boxing is disgusting. Utterly disgusting. At one point in time, we had Devin Haney campaigning for Jack Catterall over everybody. This is before Jack Catterall beat Echo Usman. This is before that. He was going out of his way, breaking his neck. Why? Because he knew he had all the advantages over Jack Catterall. Well, I guess after this performance of Jack Catterall over Gearsov, will we see that same Devin Haney? And everybody try to say that Rolly ducked Devin Haney, where he sent an offer 50-50, meaning we can split the whole pie. In the streets, I got a kilo. We're gonna split the whole pie down the middle. Like, I'm gonna give you this, you come back with what you need to come back. I'm gonna come back with what I need to come back with. We're gonna split it and we're gonna make money. And the first thing Devin Haney said was, oh, the money's good. And then the back end, when the deal went sour, he said, oh no, man, he's being greedy. How, Sway? This is the state of boxing. And we just seen Alexander Usyk get his motherfucking socks boxed off. What's up, AC? I see Peter Fury did his job with Rico. Salute them, Mija. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, man. Like, thank you for letting me know that what we seen, what my lady seen, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, hold on, man. What the fuck, man? Like, this is why I said, man, like, y'all gotta stop this co-signing on this bullshit with the powers that be. Because the powers that be, man, the people that have the fights in their hands, man, they can manipulate everything. People be trying to say, oh, man, he was able, like, I just seen a video where somebody was talking about how Floyd controlled the judges and how he controlled this. It's like, no, he paid the judges, but that didn't stop what the people was able to see. It might have been 2 fights where people said it was controversial. The Castillo fight and maybe the Maidana fight. Those might have been 2 fights where people said, with my eyes seen, I don't know, depending on who you were rooting for and whatever. But like, that was it. But guess what? Floyd rematched them both. Just to prove everybody wrong. It was never no blatant shit to where we saw what our eyes saw, and then the ref, the judges, however it was mixed up. And I saw it earlier when there was a guy from Egypt for it, right? It was a guy from Egypt for it, and it was another guy, a black dude, and the dude with the favorite. And I said this before, I said this yesterday. When I saw all them interviews and the weigh-ins or whatever, I said, hold on, how come they're only interviewing the guys that are the favorites? Nobody said nothing. I could hear Moss pissing on cotton. And nobody responded, nobody said nothing, nobody had no feedback or whatever. They would treat me like I was a troll. But then today I saw it when the guy from Egypt came in. It was a black dude. And the black dude was piecing his ass up. Why? Because it wasn't that the other guy from Egypt, he didn't have no skills. It was like, yeah, it looked like he had some power. Yeah, he looked like he had some aggression, right? But what happened was he was too wild. He was not fighting behind the jab. He was not controlled. And the black guy was piecing his ass up. You know what they did? In the 3rd round, it was a 4-round fight. In the 3rd round, they took a point from the black guy. I said, oh, I don't agree with that. It was premature as fuck. And I said, man, this is what we got to deal with. It's like, okay, so because y'all in Egypt and this guy's from Egypt, you're just gonna take a point from the black guy. But that's not right. And there was nobody there to contest it. And nobody said, hold on, man, that was a little bit premature. It was no checks and balances, as we say. But this guy's from Egypt or whatever. And that fight really should have ended up in the draw. But the guy, I think his name was Mukhalid or Mukhaud or whatever. He was from Egypt. The guy from Egypt was like the 3rd fight in the prelim. He gotta win. And the black guy, it was a consummate profession. He was like, okay, cool. He took it respectfully, whatever, because I guess and he thinking, hey, look, man, I was on a big stage. Yeah, I showed out. I got a paycheck. Yeah, I didn't get to win, but at the minimum, he should have got a draw. So I was like, the minute that happened, I looked at my lady. I said, oh, yeah. I said, the fix is in. I said, they cheating motherfucker today. They are cheating people today. So when I was looking, I forgot about it. When Jack Catterall busted my parlay, and I was proud of Jack Catterall because I'm naturally a Jack Catterall fan. I just seen Gearsov live, and I just didn't know that Gearsov was gonna come in there with that plan. And see me, if I lose a bet, if I put some money on you and I lose a bet, I'm not upset if the other guy show out. Jack Catterall showed out. I'm a fan of Jack Catterall. I've been a fan of Jack Catterall. That's why when Devin Haney was calling on Jack Catterall, I wasn't offended. I was like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, Devin think he sees some shit that's sweet. But Jack Catterall learned something from Bozy. If one thing that he learned from Bozy, and one thing that I learned from that camp, no matter if they can cut the Bozy camp, I'm going to tell y'all right now, the secret is they can't cut off the ring. They don't teach that cutting off the ring and all that. That's not their expertise. Their secret potion, their elixir is sitting down on your punches. That's what Jack Catterall learned from being with Bozy. Because he would sit down his punches and be in a southpaw. And if you let a southpaw be first and he got some kind of power, unless you make adjustments and the ability to show and make adjustments, you're not going to win. And that's what Giasov lost at. He let Jack Catterall be first, and I kept looking at the battle of the front foot placement, because when you're dealing with a southpaw and the orthodox, it's the battle of the front foot placement. Giasov needed to step to his left, right? And if he stepped to his left, that makes Jack Catterall's left not be as efficient, right? Which was what Jack Catterall was able to land effectively. But he never made the adjustment to step and keep his foot on the outside. Because southpaw versus orthodox is always a battle of the foot placement. Whoever had their foot placement on the outside, you're at a disadvantage. Why? Because with your foot on the outside, so if this is the orthodox foot right here, and this is the southpaw right here, whenever you punch to misbalance, like to gain your balance, you're never going to be able to get your foot on the outside of the southpaw without giving up something. You see what I'm saying? So if you start off with your foot on the outside, and if you're orthodox and you're throwing your right hand, you're already on the outside of the. So in order for them to get in position, they're gonna have to step over the foot. That gives you an advantage to land your right hand. That's boxing basics. It's just like when Frank Sanchez in the first round, everybody was on Torres's jockstrap. In the first round, I looked at my lady. I said, it's gonna be a right uppercut. That's why I say with this boxing shit, I'm too gifted. I said it's gonna be a right uppercut. I said Sanchez already saw it. What he wound up knocking out Torres with in like the third or fourth round? A right uppercut. I saw it because one, I'm a southpaw. For two, I've never had no in the gym experience, but I've been watching this shit so long that I can tell. I'm always like 10 seconds ahead. If not 10, I'm always 10 to 5 seconds ahead of the commentary. That's why I watch with my lady, and my lady be thinking I'm crazy. I be like, baby, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? What did I tell you? I was going crazy. She was like, I said, man, look, it was going to be a right uppercut. She was like, well, I think the whole neighborhood knows. Because I was so ecstatic. Why? Because I had a 3-leg parlay. I had a 3-leg parlay with Frank Sanchez, Giasov, and Hamza getting the KO. Giasov was the only one that fucked me up. So then I did another one with, because it was right before the Hamza, with Hamza getting the stoppage, and then Rico Van Heeren getting the upset. And what happened? Hamza got the stoppage, and then the Great White Hype, they robbed the shit out of that. You can't convince me otherwise. There was nothing in that fight that told me that one knockdown was qualified to end the fight, or that one knockdown would negate everything that Van Heeren did in the first 7 rounds. It's nothing you can tell me that would say, oh yeah, oh Mike, yeah, you tripping. It's nothing you can tell me or convince me that. And with Turkey being at the helm, man, like he deserved that. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying right here. Very disrespectful to Rico. He deserved to go. He deserved to go in this shit. I'm like, hold on. When they announced it, I said, hold on. They actually stopped the fight. I thought it was the end of the round. They actually stopped the fight. When have you ever seen some shit like that? Like, what's up with boxing? What's up with boxing, y'all? Would y'all believe some of these clowns had Usyk above actual heavyweight legends? That's what I'm saying, T-Mac. I was like, man, there ain't no way. Like Usyk would never have survived when it was Tyson, Buster Douglas, Lennox Lewis, Holyfield. Like, he would have never survived. That's why I said, man, look, I don't be trying to sound like a hater because like what you do in your era, like you're doing that in this era. Just like I never wanted to sound like a hater when Wilder was doing what he was doing in the Wilder era. But we all know I was one of the consummate professionals who always said that in this era, the competition in heavyweight is just not the same. Like it had started coming back after the Wilder era up until now to where Usyk got control. But there's no way as a boxing historian you would say that Usyk was on any of these niggas. Because listen, Dubois stopped Usyk. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. He stopped that nigga with a body shot. And me, the biggest Gary Antoine Russell fan out here. Because he's from the DMV. The biggest guy out here that's the biggest Gary Antoine Russell fan out here supporting him. I say, man, listen, when Puello hit him, that was not a low blow. I mean, and unless your nuts is up above your navel, which I know the anatomy very well, that was not a low blow. And so when he got the screaming and crawling, and then when I did the thumbnail, I showed the thumbnail with the punch landing, and I screenshotted it where the punch landed. I'm like, man, if your nuts is all the way up here above the navel, that's like something about Mary. When they say, man, how do you get the beans above the frame? Like Usyk got stopped to the body by Dubois. This is the second time the Great White Hype got let off the hook. Like, we gotta stop this bullshit, man. But what's up, AC, man? What's up, AC, bro?
What's going on, bro? Yeah, I kind of enjoyed the fights tonight. I like I said, I was about to tune into the cattle roll joint. I was up late last night just researching like a mug over the last couple of days and stuff like that. That shit's just been having me up till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning almost every day. So deep in this research. But outside of that, the Usyk fight, I could see where everybody's outraged in the fact that, you know, it has that Uysma Lima type of stoppage all over it, you know. But Uysma Lima, there was just nothing there to begin with. This guy, he actually put on a good performance. Extremely awkward. Usyk couldn't find his proper timing with him and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, I gotta say, old boy gotta have some sort of power, because Usyk wasn't trying to rush in to try to squash him. So there's some power and something there that Usyk had to respect, deal with it, and figure out how he gonna make those adjustments. Looking at that fight, I can honestly say, if Usyk was in trouble, you would have got pretty much the same thing. Just the level of how they were trying to deal with it, it just made me seem as though whatever guy got in trouble was going to be the guy that loses the fight. Like, if there's a flurry of combination, somebody hands start flailing, you're going to get that type of stoppage. Was it on the level of Joseph Parker v. Wardley, where some of that outrage where people was like, no, because you could clearly see both guys tired and shit like that? No, but it was still like, you, bro, just let it go. Why didn't you just let the fight go? To jump in there and get in the mix like that, that was just like, come on, man. It's like you getting ready to let it go, and it's all a heavy breathe, and then you don't hear nothing, and all you hear is your lady, and then all of a sudden somebody knock on the door like, hey, yo, do you know where the remote control for the living room TV is? And you like, the fuck did you do? You know what I'm saying? It's like,
yo, AC, hold on, bro. In the 6th round, And this is why I had to do this, because I said I already knew. I said it was the odds were just too good to be true, and they robbed me twice tonight, bro. They robbed me twice, and it's not just me, because it's just at the end of the day, it was just for me, it was just $25, right? It was a $15 here, then a $10 here. So that's nothing. That's like lunch. That's like a day and a half for lunch if I eat lunch. You know what I'm saying? If I decide to eat lunch, if I'm in DC or Virginia, that's just $25. That's like Monday going into Tuesday. That's nothing as far as what I'm going to spend. As far as if I really go all out on lunch, that wasn't the point. So it wasn't the $25. The thing was like, look, I posted because I said, look, I gotta keep a document of this shit. In round 6, I said it's 5-1, maybe 4-2. After 6, they might rob this boy. That was the first thing. So it was like the close of 6. So we was in the second half of the fight. I said it was already 5-1 or 4-2, depending on how you viewed the fight. Right after that, I said, yeah, Usyk needs 2 knockdowns, and he would have to box it out to win. So after that, the next time I posted, I said, yeah, he will need at least 2 knockdowns, and he will have to outbox this nigga in order to win. And then I said, it's no way the great white hype can win without a knockout. F what the commentators or the fans are saying. And then I said, even with 1 knockout, there is no way Usyk, aka the great white hype, can win this fight unless they rob this boy.
Bro, that's
the next one was, boxing is a joke. How the fuck did Usyk win? It's no fucking way. Like, even with the knockdown, it's no fucking way. Because he wasn't out to where he was discombobulated. Right, man, we didn't see him. Like, okay, when the old man Barroso fought Usyk. I mean, for Rolly. That was a bad stoppage. I got on Tony Weeks. Tony Weeks ain't had a good job. I ain't seen Tony Weeks in a good, venue after that. That was Tony Weeks. I said, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? And I hated the shit on Tony Weeks because I like Tony Weeks. Just like, you know what I'm saying, Egghead, who officiated Harvey Dock, who officiated Ryan and Devin. I like him. But he had a bad night. So Tony Weeks had a bad night. And I said, okay, maybe Tony Weeks had a bad night. That don't negate that was a bad stoppage, but I'm sitting here looking at my lady. I'm like, okay, because first of all, I'm like, hold on. How many rounds is it? Then when they came out and they was actually ungloving and all that, I seen them in the corner. I said, what the fuck happened? I said, oh, they stopped this fight? I said, oh, man. Like, boxing is down bad, man. Boxing is down bad, bro. Like, and if y'all agree with this just for the sake, and I've always seen it. That's why I always hate it when they put Usyk in a pound for pound and all this and all that. I said, man, y'all buying into this great white hype. And I was not shitting on Usyk. I do not take away from him being undisputed at cruiserweight. I do not take away from him becoming undisputed at heavyweight. But the magnitude, like even with Shakur saying, oh, Benavidez, if you felt this kind of way, go up there and fight Usyk and all that. I'm like, man, no, that's just a distraction because you don't want to go up 7 pounds and fight Ryan Garcia. You don't want to be pound for pound, so you want to divert their attention over to somebody else to do something above and beyond what they've already done. In my opinion, Benavidez is already pound for pound, regardless of going up there to see Usyk. For what?
Yeah. And for me, Shakur just wanted to do the bare minimum just so he can get the title. So I can have that talking point. I can put that feather in my cap to say I am pound for pound. What for me, it was more like the stoppage. I could say it was early, but I just didn't see old boy leaving that round. You feel what I'm saying? Usyk knew what it was. You could see that he kind of like just made this turn to just start to turn it on. I guess they really got at him and said, "Nah, bro, if you gonna fuck up this other bag and all of this other stuff, then go ahead. But we're losing this fight." It's almost like that Bud Crawford thing. You feel what I'm saying? Versus Sean Porter, where he said he was down and he got the knockdown, and on the second one, his pops throws in the towel. That's kind of the way I see it. Usyk could have, the ref easily could have let the fight go on just so we could see. Who knows? Old boy could have just, put on a hug game and survived that round, and came out to do something spectacular in the next round. We don't know because the ref stopped it. So
but AC, my whole thing is, because it was a shock to me. I don't know if my shit was skipping or what, but I'm like, how did they end the fight? Like, yeah, he dropped and he got back up, but I'm like, how the fuck did they end the fight on that?
No, it wasn't that, buddy. The dude got up and Usyk was pounding on him. Like, he was just like flailing. He wasn't defending himself. You can clearly see he was about to get knocked out, and then the ref just jumped in because Usyk hit him with like maybe 5 clean hooks, because when they show the overhead view, you just see them just bam, bam, bam. He was connecting bombs on him. He was almost like, that's the part where everybody was like, "Oh, why did you stop it right there?" He was about, no, let us see this big nigga fall. That's pretty much what the outrage is. We didn't get to see this big dude fall, hit the canvas, and roll over like Frank Sanchez or some shit like that. I mean, not Frank Sanchez, Richard Torres. So that's pretty much what it was. Like, he had him. There was nobody can doubt that probably that dude wasn't 90% or 98% was that dude wasn't gonna make it out that round, and he wasn't gonna make it past the next 45 seconds.
Okay, so
who's that?
So it was more of a, like he got back up and it was like unanswered punches.
Yeah, he was.
I don't know if my shit skipped, but I'm like, from the work he had done, it just seemed too convenient, bro.
Nah, bro, it was the outrage is more so we didn't get to see big man fall.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm.
You guys hear me?
Salute, man. That's all, yeah. Man. I know you've been working, man. I know you've been, it's your season, man. I know in the springtime is when, fruit and all that good, them plants and stuff be growing, and that's your thing. So I had to see you, man. But salute to you, man. I'm glad to hear from you, man. What's going on with you?
Good. AC, my bad. I don't want to call you. I don't know if my mic was working or not.
No. We didn't hear you.
But yo, you're writing everything you're saying. Like, yes, people are mad because they don't saw the guy falling in the ring like Richard Torres did. That damn Frank Sanchez, bro. I give him for dead. I thought Richard Torres gonna beat him. Like, with my Cuban friends, I was telling my Cuban friend, bro, don't even get hype. You're gonna get another defeat after what happened to Morel. Bro, when I saw that knockdown, I got so happy, jumping and shit, like, oh yeah. But too, I like Richard Torres, like, whatever. But Usyk, bro, I saw the fight. A lot of people, oh, I got the kickboxer winning for like 7, 8. I was like, nah, I have that fight kind of close. Yes, he was putting pressure, but Usyk was putting better hands. Yes, he connected him. This is boxing, and those are the heavyweights. He put good hands, and he had that old school mentality. Like bend it forward, moving his hands up and down, sideways. So very uncomfortable style. But I have a kind of a draw. But at the end, that first knockdown, bro, he even spit his guard. Like, they had to take more time to put the guard back, and he was tired. Like that was the last 6 minutes, the 11 and the 12 rounds. So he was fighting for 30 minutes already, and these are 33 minutes, and you're gonna go to another 3 minutes. He was exhausted. When they stopped the fight, you can see in his face he was not throwing punches. I think it was a good stoppage. Yeah, people want to see that nasty KO in the floor, the guy unconscious and shit. But bro, uh, why? Well, I think Usyk not fighting Warley and picking this fight with this dude was his biggest mistake in his career, right? And then after the fight, pay off worse. Like now, your legacy is all damaged for a one bad decision with a fight you should never have. So
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it was a lose-lose situation. For
Yeah.
for Usyk was.
Yeah. Because it was much like the Keyshawn, going there with Albright. Because he won the fight with Albright, but did it like advance his legacy? No.
No.
You know what I'm saying? And to be honest, like I could not see, like I said, I could not see Rico. He was beating the shit out of Usyk to me. Like Usyk, for him to be a kickboxer and to him to be limited to not using his legs and to be as effective as he was against Usyk, I'm like, this is the great white hype. This is why everybody default, because one, he's under Turkey's wing, and then it's the great white hype all over again. Because no matter what, like whenever you look at the pound for pound, it's not a lot of black fighters on there, and it's like you already know that for the most part, 7 out of 10 people on that pound for pound is going to be there. Like the ones that's fighting the real, they're going to be there. So it's automatically the default to the great white hype. And I was thinking that Usyk is the great white hype. Why? Because people right after Wardley lost to Dubois, they start painting this narrative. I'm like, well, if Usyk felt like that, why didn't he just fight Dubois? Why is he fighting the kickboxer? It's like, yeah, you get your little celebration, and yeah, you did this, and you made legacy and all this, but it was the reason why you didn't want to fight Dubois. I mean, why you didn't want to fight Warley. And because Dubois did it to Warley, you don't get no benefit. It's just like when Devin Haney celebrated with Rowley after he beat Ryan. It's like, okay, you're celebrating with Rowley because he beat Ryan, but you didn't beat Ryan. Right. Ryan dog walked you, right? It's like when Devin celebrated with Kambosos after he beat Tio. It's like, yeah, he beat Tio, but you didn't beat Tio at that time. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of how I see it. So I'm a little disgusted, man, because I'm like, I didn't see it that way. I saw all them rounds up until the 6th round to where I'm like, man, Rico is digging this nigga shit. For him to be pound for pound, to do that, I didn't see Usyk winning them rounds.
No, those were 6 rounds. Yeah. Rico was, but hey, he's not just a kickboxer. This guy been training all these arts, and yes, he know how to use his hands, and he know how to fight, and he's bigger. If you saw in the fight, he was using the technique, like he was getting closer and then putting all his weight on Usyk. Don't let him move, hit it lower, trying to tire him. So Usyk have to fight with him, pushing him away, getting out of the clinch, trying to, and that guard up and down, left and right glove. So I don't let you like an opening.
To me, he put in he mixed 2 different styles. He mixed Bernard Hopkins style of circling out, then I'm just dashing and bop, 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 bop. You know what I'm saying? Yep. De La Hoya kind of did that early on as well. But he also used that European style of, the Klitschko to say, all right, I'm the bigger guy, so I'm gonna, muscle you down and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Here's the whole thing for me sometimes. I've seen in several different situations, and it happened to me in some situations. I'm a person who believes in beginner's luck. I think that's a real thing, and sometimes that beginner's luck, if you've got some athleticism, some skill set, and some power, that beginner's luck can make the other guy who's much better look like, what is wrong with you, bro? Why are you fighting him like that? You know what I'm saying? I've seen you take on bigger punches. I've seen you just completely dismantle. So it's a new look, and the way this guy was like herky jerky, kind of Madrimov-ish, and then circling around and coming in, and like, I could say this. When it came down to the game plan that Madrimov used against Terrence Crawford, I loved that game plan. I was like, that's a winning game plan. So if other people who can reproduce that, if Crawford should try to stay around and stuff like that, that's his Achilles. You mix that shit up with a straight right, because Bob already told us his weakness with the punch. We saw Canelo hit him with it, and we saw Madrimov hit him with it, and Canelo did it 5 times in a row. So with Usyk gotta have something like that. And right now we just seen, if you're a person that got good hand movement and feints, and you circle around and dash in on him, bro, Usyk is food. He food. No matter how fucking good you can tell me you are, that's your weakness, bro. You let that dude expose that. So for me, that's what I was seeing. And I was like, okay, I could try to, there's a certain amount of this of what I'm seeing I could say is beginner luck. It's the confidence. I'm here on this big stage. I am a former champion. And that kickboxing that he kind of do, you don't really use your feet a lot. It's more so hand skills, but it's not on the level of boxing. You know what I'm saying?
You
So
was 10 years champions, 10 years.
yeah,
like,
so
lose situation for Usyk. For me, just picking up that fight was a lose situation. If you beat him quick, that guy is a bum and he never was a boxer. If you take too long with him, then you let this guy that have one boxing fight beat you for 11 rounds.
that's what they were saying anyway. By the 5th round, the announcers was like, did we actually think this fight was gonna go this round? And I'm kind of looking at the announcers like, okay, explain to me when Usyk was a one-hitter quitter, Wardley type, Dubois type, knock a motherfucker out.
Never. All his fights.
Exactly. So by the 5th round, even going into the 6th, I wasn't concerned about the stoppage aspect and Usyk going in there and stopping somebody. I was just like 7th, 8th, 9th round, maybe even the 10th round. If there's gonna be a stoppage, he's gonna stop him there. But I didn't have Usyk stopping this dude. I just didn't. I more so had it as Usyk is gonna build his career by letting him get them a moral victory of 12 rounds. Much like they tried to do with Ngannou.
Stop him in the later rounds, like he did, because most of his knockdowns are in the later rounds. After the 7, 8 round is when he got his knockdown, right? Like he tired people off. He worked them out, and this guy was tough and was a lose-lose situation, period. It was stupid to accept the fight. Maybe Turkey or whoever made this fight pay him a lot of money to do it, but this shit damaged his career forever.
Yeah, I agree with that because.
But that's my thing. I'm like, okay, if you're gonna do a circus fight like this, if this was a circus fight, you didn't need to do this. You dropped the belt. And this is what I was trying to say. And this is why Wardley needs to get more credit and more respect on his name, because he wanted to fight Usyk. But Usyk was like, no, I'm going to drop a belt to go fight this kickboxer. And I'm like, if this was Tank, oh my gosh, it'd be shish kebab season. You know what I'm saying? That's what I always say. And I'm not, this is not me just being like not putting on knee pads for Tank and all that, but I'm like, it's just a different standard for different fighters because Usyk can do this, right? Tank was gonna go do this and whatever and do it for a bag, but then everybody else can do something for a bag. But Usyk chose to drop a belt to do this, and he didn't beat this dude. Like this, dude, he didn't beat this dude. Like I don't care what nobody say, he did not beat this kickboxer. He didn't, in my opinion. It's nothing nobody can tell me. You can politic it away. You can do whatever. I watched it round by round. I kept score like I would keep score of any other fight. Like technical boxing. Like if it was Devin and Shakur, I kept score just like that. And I'm like, it was after the 6th round, unless Usyk got 2 knockdowns and outboxed this dude, it was no way he was gonna be able to win after 6 rounds. Because Usyk, because that dude was catching Usyk, like he was hitting him to the body. He was catching, he was staggering Usyk. It was no way unless he dropped this dude to where he was unable to, unless he knocked him out. I said it was unless, after the 6th round, I said unless he knocked this dude out or get 2+ knockdowns and outbox, he either needed 2 knockdowns and to outbox this dude or to straight knock him out in order to win after the 6th round. And I was guarding it like that, and I'm not against Usyk.
No, but it's what you saw. It's what you saw. You know, like I like Rico freaking like he do that armadillo stuff too. You know, like he used a really good technique to complicate Usyk. Like he was moving to his right side so he cannot hook him and hit it with his best shots. You know, like he did everything to neutralize Usyk power and technique. Like was awesome. He got those last 2 knockdowns, whatever the fight end. But I think Rico and their teams did an awesome job to study Usyk and work him out and just annihilate him.
No, I'm in that same boat with you on that one, Malice. I think they did put together a good team and stuff like that. They just found like I don't know. It's like they really studied that dude. It almost like they had previous sparring experience with him or some shit. Like and I was just impressed with him. Did I think I asked myself, have I seen this before? Floyd versus Conor McGregor, Floyd versus the Paul brothers fight actually happened after he was retired, but Conor McGregor was his last fight, and Keith Thurman was his Mando. Usyk and Tyson, both AJ and Fury decided to fight Ngannou. You know what I'm saying? So these little cross things, and I was a person who to this day still feels like Ngannou beat Fury.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know how y'all did that. Ngannou won that fight. You know what I'm saying? So based on all the boxing criteria and shit like that, that's what I saw. So this situation was very similar until that 11th round. And in that 11th round, Usyk found a way to turn it around. And is it gonna affect his legacy like that? Yes. Like that?
Yeah.
I don't think so, because it didn't affect Tyson Fury, and Tyson Fury was dropped.
Yeah,
that's the biggest difference.
But he's British and Usyk is Ukrainian, and then he went and fought in Egypt. At least it's different, you know. The fan base, like he don't fought Warley. He have a bunch of haters. So now you know how the haters gonna get in the freaking media shit. They're freaking making
Yeah, I
reels
text
But
right now.
body. I
but
text body
Metas,
right after it.
Bro, you
but
gotta
Right.
read them. You
Metas,
gotta read them tomorrow morning.
but Metas, this the thing. We knew this when this fight was booked.
Yep.
We knew when it was booked. We was like, oh man, this some bullshit. Like, why are we giving this dude a pass? Because I hate to keep using Tank, but if Tank would have said that, like just like when him choosing to do the Jake Paul shit, they crucified this nigga for
Yes,
doing
you
the Jake Paul
remember
shit.
that? You remember that for Jake Paul shit? How they want to crucify him just because he want to entertain people in Netflix? So,
Yeah, it's like it's a bag. It's like, but everybody else, when it come down to the bag, oh, he doing it for the bag, so that was okay. But I'm like, okay, well, Tank doing this for the bag. Even though, if you look at my videos, I was saying I don't agree with it. I was the only one that's like the biggest Tank fan in the world and said I don't agree with the Jake Paul shit. So I was right on both ends. It's like even though I don't agree, but because y'all always give excuses for people that's going for the bag, is for the bag. If they saying this dude getting between $40 and $60 million, who else wouldn't do it? So when this fight was booked with the kickbox, I said, man, right from the onset, I said, this is some bullshit. Because
bro,
if this nigga go in here and whoop this nigga ass, they still gonna say that Usyk won. And I didn't see that. I didn't see that tonight.
With Jake Paul and Tank, wasn't no title defense or nothing. Was gonna be justified between both in Netflix. This was a WBA and WBC title fight, a title defense. Like what? You're telling me you're gonna bring a guy from another freaking sport to bring it over here? It's like saying I'm gonna take a baseball player, a pitcher, and I'm gonna bring it to football, and I put it in the team to play in the Super Bowl.
Bro, that's
Like
let people
what?
know belts matter because those belts is what put extra zeros on the end of each person's payday. Floyd versus Conor McGregor, quiet as kept, was for a title fight. Floyd had a belt. He put his belt on the line for that Conor McGregor fight.
WBC.
Yeah, so
But you have to hear what the WBO president was saying. He's in La Casaca. I think they got the AI translator so you can hear it in English.
yeah, it's
Because
bro. We know it's the money play because once it's for the title, the sanctioning bodies get to make money. Everybody gets to make money.
yeah, but they say no. Like WBO say no because when WBO say Meta, you're gonna fight Warley, he's your opponent. You should say, I don't think Warley is relevant enough to fight me, but I'm gonna fight this kickboxer. The WBA say what? You're telling me a ranking guy is not at your level, but a guy that is in kickboxing is? Hell no. That's why they took the WBO title
Yeah.
and make Warley the regular champion, right? So when Dubois fought Warley was for the actual belt, was not for no interim.
Yeah.
So IBF told him, like, bro.
No, that was what's the name? And that was Wardley and Parker who fought for the belt.
Yeah. Parker. My bad, Parker. Yeah. Parker was the interim, and then they elevate Parker, and then they fought. That's what when no. Warley defeat Parker for the interim title. Then WBO told Usyk, Warley gonna be your opponent. Usyk say no, he's not at my level, whatever this, whatever that. So WBO say, what you mean? So WBO took his title, made Warley the actual champion, and then he fought Dubois. Yeah. Anyway, but WBO don't win with that shit. Like, no. And IBF told him, bro, we are not gonna take the title, but we are not gonna accept this stuff as a title defense. But if you lose, we're gonna make the title vacant. Boom! That's what IBF told him. The only two that allowed that shit was the WBC and WBA. So these titles are losing credibility by doing these bullshits. It's not like the titles don't matter. It's that the organization don't make the titles have a value matter for the fans, and because if you
They
do
just
shit,
yeah, they just do it too blatant in your face to say, okay,
fuck you.
this is a money grab. Whether you like it or not as a fan, we're sanctioning this circus because it's going to bring a lot of money for us. Between the sanctioning fees being paid by both fighters, putting together the hotel venue, this is bringing tourists. This is a whole state country thing. Fights like this, to a certain degree, we can be mad at as fans, but for the sport, it's the type of big spectacle events that the sport needs to compete. Because outside of this, in boxing, outside of the big fight, you watch basketball, you watch football, Malazar, you watch baseball. At the end of every season, you know the big shit's gonna happen. And even in between the big shit happening, there could just be games like, oh my God, yes, I know when this team plays this team and when this does this. You know what I'm saying? I'm back in Puerto Rico, I'm back in Dominican Republic, just like you were doing before. But then when it comes down to the World Series of it all things, that's another big event. Boxing doesn't have that. So boxing has to produce those type of situations to say, okay, we're just as relevant. We used to be the guy when we put on these events, they used to be the thing that, baseball and everybody else had to sit aside for. Now we're trying to get that glory back. Does this type of event do it?
Doesn't make no.
No, not necessarily, but as a fan, if I was a casual fan and I looked at the card and said, all right, I got a knockout from Hamza, I got a knockout from this dude, I got a knockout from Usyk. I got 3 knockouts in 3 championship fights on 3 championship level fights, and I walked away happy. So yeah, my DAZN money was spent, and that spectacle in Egypt was amazing. Yeah, I even tuned in to Showbiz because Showbiz was out here live. So they coordinate all type of shit to make it worthwhile to the casuals. Us diehard fans that just sit there and say, "Oh, we know this is some bullshit." But if we get in a room full of 10 casual, like deep casuals, that's like, yo, I don't give a fuck about who, I just like to fight, and sometimes it's all about the location. Those are the guys we will never win a debate with. We will never win an argument because they just gonna tell us all that shit you talking about. I really don't give a fuck about. I just care about, did I enjoy myself watching that shit? Where did I enjoy the location?
I enjoyed the Fran Sanchez fight. I because I always hang out with my Cuban friend and shit, but we got that Morel loss, couple losses, and they've been losing for a minute. And Fran Sanchez have that bad loss because his knee and whatever. Richard Torres is coming up. He's smaller. I should go for, but we say Fran Sanchez is gonna lose his knee, another Cuban gonna lose whatever, and when he knocked out this kid with that freaking hook, like, bro, that was like a nuclear punch. My God, that shit was devastating.
Bro,
I
called that shit. Bro, Metas out. I called that shit in the first round. If I can get my lady to get on here and tell you, I called that shit in the first round. I said, "Oh, he looking for that right uppercut." I said he see it, and then it was like in the 3rd minute of the first round. I said, "Oh yeah," I said Frank see it, I see it. That's why I said I could coach this shit. I said I got to get in there and get more technical. I said, but like I always call out shots, and I always be ahead. I always be like 10 seconds ahead of the commentators, and I said that's what he's looking for. But the thing is with this is my big point. If it was this big disparity between us and the kickboxers, Usyk should have knocked him out. Like the fact that he was down so bad and the controversy of how they called that, like there's people in the comment section right now, like who is this? Jay Dispersed. Like Because when I looked at it, I said, oh, hold on, this fight is over? Like, what happened, babe? I looked up, I said, because I think I got up and went to the bathroom. I said, what happened, babe? She was like, oh, it's over. I was like, based on what? I'm like, how? I'm like, that tells you everything because, listen, going into the second half, Usyk needed either multiple knockouts or he needed multiple knockdowns or a knockout. That was like that's the start from the 7th round. So from they say ding 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 from the 7th round, he either needed multiple knockdowns or a knockout. That tells you everything, man.
Yes,
like I don't know what
Mira, Richard Torres, he was supposed to fight Caballero after he defeated Frank Sanchez. When Frank Sanchez defeated Caballero, they was interviewing him and he was, well, these are the heavyweight, whatever. So Turkey cannot have another because then he got Usyk. If Usyk lose, his business gonna crumble because now he lose all the titles, they go vacant, and this kickboxer gonna go back to kickboxing. He's not gonna be champion. He cannot make money with him. So he's losing 2 guys right now. So I understand this is the business of boxing. When they saw the opening, they cash out. You feel me? Like I know we don't like. I know you don't like it. Like we the real hardcore fans that we're in this shit, we don't like it. But when I go back to my business mentality, I understand why they stopped it. Because Richard Torres.
No. I get that. But see, this is where I'm at. I'm like, okay, so when you sign up for this Usyk, we expecting you to like make it beyond a shadow of a doubt. See, that's the risk. You can't have it both ways. You can have it both ways to where you drop a belt and you give it to a guy like Wardley. And Wardley say, hey, listen, I'm not going to take my belt and hide it under a bushel. I'm going to take it and defend it against the best opponent available. And so he do that and the result is what it is. But then Usyk, he gets the benefit of the doubt of being able to pick a guy that's not even legitimate in our sport. So, okay, when you pick that guy, you know what I'm saying? Then it's, okay, well, you're going to make it beyond a reasonable doubt. But because it was that close and the controversy of when they stopped it, it's like, no, bro, you know that's some bullshit that you lost. That dude was whooping your ass, dog. That dude was whooping your ass, man. That dude, in my book, that nigga won 9 rounds. So let's take the knockdown. Let's even take the knockdown. That was just a knockdown. That was not a knockout. We just seen here in the last 2 weeks where people got up and they was like, hold on, they let him continue? That was not a knockdown to where it's like you could not say that Rico could not continue. That was like the business of boxing saying, oh, we got to cover our ass. This shit getting out of control. We know you going to get your ass whooped like that. Rico won at least 9 rounds, bro.
Yeah.
At least 9.
This is what I say. This destroyed Usyk legacy. This fight was, since the beginning, since accepting the fight, this was a lose-lose situation. Whoever told him this was a good idea was dumb as fuck or don't care about him or his legacy. Or he don't care about legacy at all and he been just doing this shit for the money all the time. It's bullshit. I know. Like you know what? Warley, they never stopped the fight when they should stop the fight and they let him get this beat down for like 3 rounds unnecessary. But now Usyk is losing. This guy fought 1 time, he looked tired. Usyk throw 4 extra punches and you stop the fight. Everybody can see it. Nobody gonna eat this bullshit.
That's why I text Body right after it. Like I was like, look, that's gonna be the talking point over the next 72 hours. Everybody's gonna question that stoppage. What was it? Was it too early? Did you want to see the dude fall? You know what I'm saying in the terms of how AJ did in Ngannou. Ngannou beats Tyson Fury, AJ sparks Ngannou. You feel what I'm saying? I think that's the standard bearer. It's like, look, I saw what I saw. Usyk was about to finish this dude. He caught him with 4, maybe 5 clean unanswered punches. The guy was heavily slumped. You know what I'm saying? The ref stopped. The ref jumps in. Everybody's like, "Oh no, bro! Just let the nigga fall, man." Like, what happened? Y'all, like Malazar just said, y'all let Wardley go through all of that bullshit. Y'all let Wilder and Chisora go through all of that. the ugliest fight.
That one too, yes.
You feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, okay, you guys said you don't stop it like that because it's championship level fights. So then what the fuck happened here? His belts was on the line. We all knew that. This was part of the outrage. So then you stop it early, then we're looking at it like, yeah, okay. For me, once it was stopped early, I was like, yeah, it's the money.
You know, yeah, because AC, this the thing. It was advertised as a quest for greatness. They were saying two different people from two different, and I like that angle. I couldn't, because I was at first I was really hard on Usyk. I said, "Oh man, fuck this shit." And then they said, "Okay, it's two different. You know, it's just like a chef versus like, even though you don't see it like this, like a chef versus a pastry chef." Yeah. Like a chef versus a pastry chef, right? It's like, well, it's not the same, but it is. You know what I'm saying? So I was giving it its merit in that. But I'm like, don't, because the pastry chef got out on the chef. Like, if a pastry chef get out on you, AC, I'm like, hey, man, AC, he got you. He got you on that oxtail. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh man, nah, fuck that cake baker. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because he baked cake, that nigga oxtails was more fire than yours. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. I'm like, let's just be honest. This is what's wrong with boxing, bro. Cause the kickboxer, listen, bro, I don't give a fuck what anybody tell me. Tonight, what we witnessed was a kickboxer got the fuck out on a guy who they was putting him up there with Ali and Holyfield and Tyson and all that. That's the egregiousness of it. To me, it's like, no. It's like, oh, no. Let this man continue. Because even giving him the benefit of the doubt, because the nigga won 7. Like, listen, up until that point, the nigga won 9 rounds. Even if you want to say 7, he won 7 rounds. So with 1 knockdown, he's still winning the fight. So give him the benefit of the doubt to continue and let Usyk really put him out. That's how you know it's egregious, because Usyk didn't put him out. It was at the judge's discretion. I mean, it was at the referee's discretion.
AJ put all these wannabes down. Like, you saw what he did with Ngannou. Tyson Fury can do that, but AJ did. You see what AJ did with Jake Paul. And that's the reason I want to see AJ versus Rico. Because I bet AJ put these men down early. I don't know. Maybe that's AJ's legacy, putting down all these wannabes.
AJ's that one thing you got to give AJ his credit for. That nigga got a real mean streak once he steps in the ring. When that dude tells you, "I'm a professional boxer," he means that. Like, AJ is the type of dude, if he was a street dude, he'd be gung-ho, I'm in these streets. If he was, he's a boxer, I'm gung-ho in this boxing. AJ don't play boxing. He for real about it. And this is why people say if he had to fight the kickboxer, it would have definitely been bets that there's no way this kickboxer is getting out that fight, without getting knocked the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? So you can pretty much guarantee that in the AJ fight versus him, AJ would have slept him. And that's why I give AJ that credit. When I look at Usyk, you're a boxer. It's like me looking at Devin Haney or Shakur or somebody similar to that. You know what I'm saying? And saying to myself, do I expect this nigga to knock somebody out? Nah, not really. You know, but it can happen. But do I expect it? No, not from him. And that's the way I just looked at that fight, because I think he came out. I don't remember if it was Jermaine Taylor or it was some slouch dude that when when Usyk first came into heavyweight, he didn't even stop that guy. He put in the rounds with him. I don't know if you was claiming that you wanted to acclimate your weight and everything, but it was just like, he shouldn't be in the ring with you for 12 rounds, Usyk. I don't give a... Go ahead, buddy.
Let me say this, AC, because I don't want to get Mason Ridgewell. I don't want to get you misconstrued. You might be talking to somebody in the chat, but I was one of the ones that was saying that Usyk has been overrated. Like, because like, you got to think about this and just hear me out. Just hear me out. I was in the army. I served, like, I had, like, when I was in the 6th grade, my best friend was white. Like, my best friend was white as rice. And when I was in the 6th grade. So earlier, like, coming from where I was at, where it was all black, for me to have a best friend that was white in the 6th grade, 5th, 6th grade, that was an anomaly. That was my man, Andy. His name was Andy. That was my man. Like, at that time, that was my guy. That was my man, Apple Scrabble. So I don't look at it like that. And then when I was 17, I made a decision to go to the army, to where I might be in the foxhole with somebody that was Mexican. I might be in a foxhole that was somebody that was white. I might be in a foxhole with somebody that was black. We didn't see all that. So my perspective is that I don't look at, like, my world is not black and white. Like, regardless of all the racist experiences and all that, that's why we got Maylazar up here. We got, you know what I'm saying, AC up at Maylazar, you know what I'm saying, Puerto Rican. AC, you know what I'm saying, black. Like we don't, like, I don't look at color. I don't look at nationality. I don't look at color. Like, I'm coming from a military background and then my history. So I don't look at shit black and white. Like, I look at some, like, I'll be, like, some of the shit that Keyshawn and Shakur and Clarissa's doing, I'm like, that's that nigga shit. I can't stand it. You know what I'm saying? I can't stand that shit. You know what I'm saying? And then I look at somebody else and be like, man, I admire them for how they handle business. So, Mason, I want you to understand this, Mason. I was already looking at Usyk like he was a great white hype. Why? Because I was looking at the landscape. Why? Because you'll have somebody like Tank, and I hate to do this. You'll have somebody like Tank to where people will pick, choose, and refuse as to all of his accomplishments, and they will diminish everything he did. But you can't deny the fact that Rolly is up at 147, who got a title. Rolly got a title from Barrios. Well, Tank stopped both of them niggas with body shots. You know what I'm saying? He put Rolly on stilettos with a headshot. You know what I'm saying? He stopped Ryan with a body shot. So he stopped Ryan with a body shot. He stopped Barrios with a body shot. And he put Rolly on stilettos with a headshot. He don't get no credit for being a nigga that fought them niggas and stopped them at 35 and they went on at 147 to be the major title holders. But whoever fight them, they get all the credit. So in the same aspect, when I look at Usyk, I'm like, man, they are pushing him the same way they did Tyson Fury. Because they wasn't pushing Fury. I mean, they wasn't pushing Wilder when he was the guy. And I was one of the guys saying, man, Wilder was the benefit of a weak heavyweight era. Right? So I said that. Like, I was one of the ones that was anti-Wilder. Eureka. Anti-Wilder. Because he benefited from a weak heavyweight era. I say that the era got better after his reign. But that's no knock on Wilder. That was the era that he was in. So when they started giving all the credit to Usyk, I'm like, hold on. How you giving all this credit to Usyk for AJ? You giving all this credit to Usyk for AJ and a Fury? I'm like, well, Fury was coming off the couch, and Wilder, he was the one that was telling the best amateur, one of our best amateurs.
No, but you
and Mark Breland, he was telling him, hey, look, I don't want to run. I don't want to hit pads. It's like, okay, well, you don't want to train, motherfucker. And then a nigga that he knocked out, he hired as his coach. So I wasn't looking at Wilder as the same, but then when they tried to give all the credit to Usyk, I said, I see the play. It's the same reason why when you go to the pound for pound, why it's not many black people on the pound for pound. Like when you look at it, it's like, man, black people be the most athletic, the most gifted, the most like everything. But like when you look at it, it's like they'll give a Japanese guy, they'll give a Ukrainian, they'll give a Mexican, they'll give Argentinian, they'll give all these people ahead of it. And it's like, hold on, man, what's going on? So I never bought into the Usyk thing. I'm like, okay, yeah, he has some success, but I was like, yeah, he's slightly overrated. I don't diminish his accomplishment, but he's slightly overrated for what he was able to do. And then when he did this shit with Fabio Wardy, where he dropped the belt to fight this kickboxer, then I see a kickboxer whoop his ass for 9 rounds, then they prematurely stop it. My antennas are on high alert, bro. So I don't get down with that whole biasness and all that, because I was in the military to where it's like I joked around. Like we used to joke around. Like Mexican had their jokes against black people had their jokes against the white people, but we was all in the military. So I don't get down with that. It's like, no, we all in the foxhole, we all at war, we all got our condition to where it's like, you know, it was a jokey joke, but like my brothers, some of my close friends was Mexicans, some of my close friends was white, some of the people that I hated the most was black. So I don't get down with that shit. When I talk boxing, I talk boxing straight up.
Is Usyk was a hype, because they were saying that Usyk was the greatest champion, almost some people of all time and shit, just because he beat AJ and Tyson Fury twice. So he defeated 2 guys twice, and now he's the greatest heavyweight of all time. But now he don't want to fight his mandatory that was Warley, but he fought the kickboxer. But now after Warley got that beat down for Dubois, I bet he will say, oh yeah, I will fight him now. Like what? But now they got Caballero, they got a young kid. Like, bro, what happened? They got the heavyweights hijacked. You know, all this European stuff. And over here, our heavyweights are playing football, basketball, other sports, making money in other sports.
Well, yeah, like what T-Mac said. T-Mac said Rico is a kickboxer with little to no boxing experience besides boxing, besides sparring. He should not have, like, it should not have got to the point to where I saw the nigga running. I saw him winning 9 rounds. So I'm like, man, listen, he need at least 2 knockdowns and box this man on the way out. 1 knockdown won't do it, but I knew if he got the 1 knockdown, they was gonna do what they did. And I'm like, that's what's wrong with boxing. It's like, why even do it? Why even make it seem like it's a quest for greatness where it's not really a quest for greatness? It's like, oh, okay, well, unless you just utterly beat this nigga to sleep, you're not gonna get the decision. Because he really beat Usyk up without that knockdown. Yeah. Like, he really beat him up.
I'm in a different space. I've pretty much been a Usyk fan because I was interested in his, like, I didn't watch him in the Olympics. I think I just watched him receive the gold medal and was like, oh shit, like Ukraine. You feel what I'm saying? I think it was just like pretty much him and Loma like put Ukraine boxing to a certain degree, in my experience, on the map. I like what he did. I like what he did at cruiserweight, and he was pounding out everybody. You know what I'm saying? Michael Hunters, like all of them dudes, all of them lightweight dudes that went up to heavyweight. Most of their losses were by the hands of Usyk. When he got up to the heavyweight, my bad, I gave the wrong name, but it was Chaz Witherspoon. That was his first fight, and I was just like, you know what I'm saying? Do I like how Usyk moved as heavyweight as opposed to what he did at cruiserweight? Not necessarily, because at that time, and we talk about eras, just to bring it up, at that time, that era when Usyk was down at cruiserweight, it was damn near everybody that was down there, and there was a lot of good solid talent that eventually wind up moving up to heavyweight. So with that being said, I'm still a Usyk fan. Do I agree 100% with what I saw tonight? No, but I know it was for the business of boxing, so I get where everybody had their level of outrage, but it's on a level of watching Jake Paul and Tank. People would still been outraged or whatever if Tank went in there and knocked Jake Paul the fuck out, and he knocked him out in the 11th round, and it was like, yeah, but that's Jake Paul. It's like, yeah, but Jake Paul came in there weighing damn near like a heavyweight, and Tank was like 155, 160 pounds. And it would be the same thing. Oh man, see, Tank don't want to fight nobody, and it would be almost the same exact thing. You feel what I'm saying? But even more egregious, because then there'd be the people who throwing in racism in there. But as to everything else that's involved in it, the thing that's gonna keep me sane is knowing that this was a money grab, and this was a money grab because the Turk needed that bread. He's not doing too well in the boxing space. You walked away from other big fights.
Right.
You got this Zuffa bullshit that's costing you money. You got you got all of these things that's costing you money. You need something to get it back. And if I can just stay within that space, my head is like, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. See, you hit the nail on the head, AC. And that's what I said. But it's like, don't piss on my head and tell me it's raining. It's like you could not afford to put on this big grand event, because I was telling my lady, I was telling her before shit, I said it's shit that, because I was in El Paso, Texas, when I was in the Army. So we used to do field problems out there. I said, man, that sand is a motherfucker. I said, when you got that wind, when you got that sand, I was like, man, look, in the morning or when they get hot, it's blazing hot, but at night it's freezing cold based on the wind. And I was like, look at the wind. I said, then that sand, it's real fine sand. When that shit is flying around, that shit get in your eyes. I said, so this is an interesting climate. So for him to choose it, it's dope to have the background. I said, that's like some Street Fighter shit. But as a fighter, it's like, man, to have no covering. And if it was the rain out there, I said, it would have been crazy. But at the end of the day, I said, listen, she could not afford for Usyk not to win. Why? Because the joke would have been on him. So by any means, unless Rico would have knocked this nigga out cold, he was not going to win. And that's evident. That's just evident. But salute D Calico, man. What's up, man? Wow, bro. What's going on?
What's going on with y'all, brother?
What's up, man?
Man, I love the fact. See, that's what unity is all about, right? It's not all of us thinking the same. It's us having enough emotional intelligence to come together irregardlessly, right? Because I'm black power like a motherfucker. You know what I mean? They call me a racist. Nobody that I rock with called me a racist. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying that to say, I be damned if we do, and I be damned if we don't. We still gonna be hated on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You could be, it don't matter what style of fighter you are. You could have a Tank Davis knockout style, Brian Norman Jr. knockout style, or you could have the Shakur and Haney, finesse style. They're gonna hate you regardless.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So I'ma love us regardless. I don't give a flying fuck. You know what I mean? And I'm not no hater. I'm a realist. So that's why I look at us as the best. But anyway, the same reason I'm looking at Usyk like he ain't shit. I've been screaming that for a while. They hit me on TikTok. On TikTok, that's probably where they call me a racist the most. They call me a racist because I, let it be known that Usyk ain't what y'all saying he is. You know, I don't give a damn if y'all say he the best right now. The guy ain't really a heavyweight. The guy ain't campaigned enough at heavyweight for me to glorify him. You know what I mean? I'm not impressed. You fought all these UK fighters and you fought them twice and 3 times. That shit don't mean nothing to me. You fought by 8 times. This your 9th fight at heavy. Man, fuck you, Usyk. 24 fights. 24 fights don't prove nothing to me. The belts don't even prove nothing to me at that point, because it's like, damn, why did you even get opportunity? Oh yeah, you was the champion, weak ass cruiserweight. Yeah, I understand. But you know, this motherfucker's a 38-year-old prospect. If he didn't have those fucking belts, he'd be a 38-year-old prospect. Because there's no way you're that old with such few fights. You feel me? Like, I'm just not gonna. I wasn't impressed with Terrence motherfucking Crawford only having 42 or whatever fights, and then want to hang it up. I don't like that. I want you to go for broke. I at least want, I at least want the 50. If you approaching legendary status, give me at least 50.
Right. For hey, to your point, D Calico, for them to be putting him up there, like all this hyperbole about he's the greatest ever, I'm like, man, like, I don't even engage in conversations. Cause that shit be making me want to, like, it be making me want to sound ignorant. Because it's like, I saw over the years how they did this pound for pound, especially when ESPN had their grasp. When ESPN had their grasp over like who was on a pound for pound, I started looking at something. I said, man, it's crazy how, like, think about this, bro. Just one thing. They put Navarrete on the pound for pound list and took Tank off. I'm like, hold on, man. Let's analyze this. Let's use our critically thinking skills. How the fuck would Tank be off of the pound for pound list and Navarrete, of all people, be on it? That's when I knew. So with Tank, with them saying that Usyk was like up there with Muhammad Ali and Evander Holyfield and Mike Tyson and Leonard Lewis, I'm like, man, it's political. So when it comes down to the political game, I bow out. That's why I don't do as much content, because little old me and this channel, we can't compete with the voices that's saying all this bullshit that regurgitating that bullshit. We can't compete with it because it's more mouths to say one thing than to say the other. And everybody, like, because everybody want to eat and they know this how YouTube get paid, they're not going to speak the truth. But the fact that a kickboxer came over here and whooped Usyk's ass to that point, it just says everything about boxing, man. And this is what I'm about. I'm like, listen, I'm not on no racist shit. I'm just like you. And this is why like, D Calico, this is you personally. You my dog. You my man. I scrapple. Like, I don't give a fuck. Whatever message you want to come, I'm going to co-sign it. But like, this is why I be saying, when it come down to our people doing wrong, we can't just stamp it and say, oh, it's just because we just rooting. Even though I understand it at my core, it's like, yeah, because we be getting dogged out, we be getting put to the back, we be getting put to the side, we be getting discriminated against, we be getting pigeonholed and blackballed and all. That's why I say we can't do that just for our own, just because of how everything else is. Like, it's like this prime example about Usyk. This is the very reason why I say, man, listen, at the end of the day, we just got to keep it a buck about everybody. I don't give a fuck if you're German. I don't give a fuck if you're Italian. I don't give a fuck if you're Argentinian. I don't give a fuck if you're Mexican. I don't give a fuck if you're Puerto Rican. I don't give a fuck if you're mulatto. I don't give a fuck if you're black. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just got to keep it a buck about everybody, and that's the only thing that's going to keep us safe. Because it's enough of them. It's enough of them colluding and coming together as far as these boxing writers and the people that have what they have to say about boxing, the rankings and all that. It's enough of the politics with them alone. You know what I'm saying? So I always, like, no matter what you hear me say, Calico, I'm gonna support your message regardless. I'm gonna be up there cheerleading for you regardless. Like if nobody give a comment, nobody say, "Hey man, salute," nobody say whatever, I'm gonna be supporting you regardless. So
I be nice, brother.
I'll put you in a little spot to where it's like, man, I'm riding with my guy Calico, no matter what he say, because I know where he's coming from. But on a broader perspective, it's like we gotta just keep it a buck about everybody. You know what I'm saying? We can't be like Tim Brady and Andre Ward and Mike Cap and all them. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they playing politics. The Fanons of the world, they playing politics. You know what I'm saying? And I don't do that. I'm just like, man, look, nigga shit bothers me because I operate in black excellence. That's why I go with JD first. Whenever I see black excellence wherever I'm at, I don't care if you frying chicken, I don't care if you mopping floors. I say, hey, bro, I admire what you. I tell my black people when I'm out and about, I be like, look, bro, I salute you, bro. You doing what you're doing because it's refreshing. Because when I see a motherfucker that don't make us look bad, that shit burn my soul because you already up against it. So I don't play that shit. And I was in the military. I was in the foxhole with motherfuckers that was Mexican, you know what I'm saying, Puerto Rican. Like, them was some of my dogs. I'm never going to hold nothing against them because I already know that it's above that. It's like right is right and wrong is wrong. And with boxing, it's like we just got to stop being real about, okay, who's moving the way we want to move, who's doing what we need to do, and who's fighting who we want to fight so that our sport will sustain itself. You know what I'm saying? We just gotten away from that. You know, that's my PSA for everybody. It's like that. Let's let boxing be boxing, and let's just commit to what we see in the ring. Let's just say what we see in the ring. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just that simple. If you see a motherfucker getting his ass beat, you know what I'm saying? Let's just say, hey man, that's my dog. Like with Richards and Hitchens, like, and all that right here. With Richards and Hitchens. With him ducking Duarte and then going over to Zuffa, even though that's my guy, I couldn't co-sign and be like, oh, that's the black man and blah, blah, bliggity black man. It's like, no, you fucking ducked Duarte. That shit aged like milk in Arizona on the roof of a car. You know what I'm saying? Because he got his ass beat by Fierro, and now you going over to Zuffa to get a check. It just is what it is. You still my guy. I don't negate your skills, but you fucking duck, my nigga. That's just it. Now that's how I am. That's what you're going to get with body work and anybody that's affiliated with me.
Now, just to piggyback off of what you just said, now that all of us are together, the crew is together, I got to bring this up, man, because I never got to hear Malazar's point of it, and I'd love to hear D. Calico's take on it as well. The only person that's missing is AJ. But here it is. We know this situation with Obetaya, right? Obetaya loses his IBF title. So this is some of the things that's segueing from what we just saw as far as the title eliminator with Richard Torres and Frank Sanchez. They're fighting for that slot, right? So, not them two, my bad. That's two different weight classes. But basically, we're talking about the cruiserweight. So Obetaya says, I want to collect all the belts. I'm doing what I got to do to get the big fights and collect the belts. But you signed to Zuffa, and there are no collecting of belts because you have all the belts that Zuffa has to offer. You have the ring and you have the Zuffa title. There is no other belts that you can collect as long as you're signed to them. Now everyone is criticizing David Benavidez because they're saying David Benavidez is giving up excuses not to go to Zuffa or not to fight Ja Obetaya, when David Benavidez contractedly can't go fight Obetaya because he will be stripped of the two belts he currently holds at cruiserweight because they don't recognize the sanctioning bodies. So I just wanted to get you guys' take on the talking points. Whether you're for Obetaya, against Obetaya, you're for Benavidez, against David Benavidez. Just what you guys take on that whole situation.
See what Overtime needs to do is magically duck Benavidez, you know, but seem like he's consistently pursuing it. You know what I mean? Like he's a Richardson Hitchens or Keyshawn Davis. Like, you know, they want Devin Haney, but they don't want Devin Haney. You know, so if they could just keep on winning and keep saying that name, as long as they can get away with it, they just keep rising. Their stock rising. So Overtime needs to do the same thing, because that is the end for Overtime. If Overtime is what New Zealanders think he is, then this could be a trilogy. But I don't see it being that great that it even warrants a rematch. I don't think it'll warrant a rematch. Not Benavidez. That motherfucker that separate himself in every match. You know what I mean? Every opponent. It won't be even. You feel me? So if he want to be the Benavidez of the Pacific, the Pacific, PG area, whatever that is over there, New Zealand area, then he could be the Benavidez of that part of the world. But he better stay away from the real Benavidez. I'm just saying. So I think it's smart. It's smart movement, but they're not gonna show that that's what they're doing. They're ducking. They're dodging.
What you think, Melazar? What you think, Melazar? Melazar, what you think? Because I find it interesting to where it's just like when Shakur took his ass over there to Matchroom, where, Tank had a belt, he was over there at PBC. The other two belts was over there at Top Rank. And then Shakur himself had a belt. Then he went over there to Matchroom, and they said Tank was ducking. I said, well, how the fuck does that work? Because Top Rank gave you a 6-fight deal, $18 million minimum, meaning that there was upside on that. Tank and them reached out to you, and you said, no, I wanted a multi-fight deal, when Tank and them said, oh, no, we were just looking for a smash and dash, a grab and go, a one-off, a one-night stand. Then you said no. And then you also coordinated with Matchroom to say, hey, Eddie, don't even try to make a Tank fight. It's like, but then the media came out and said that Tank was ducking. So the media, in this instance, because they want to get a Zuffa check or be affiliated with Turkey in whatever capacity it can be, they are now appointing David Benavidez like he's in the wrong. It's like, well, hold on. David Benavidez was always affiliated with PBC. He didn't do anything abstract and unconventional to what he was already doing. Regardless of what Canelo was doing, he still stayed with the PBC and was saying, hey, I want Canelo. And then he started forging his own path. But Jao Battaglia decided to take his ass over to Zuffa. And now David Benavidez is ducking. I'm like, no. It's not enough people that's actually highlighting the fact that the media is on some bullshit because they want a Zuffa check. Or they want to be affiliated with Turkey in however capacity, whether it's Riyadh Season, Ring Magazine, or Zuffa. They want to be in some kind of way. But I'm like, how do you go and put yourself on an island, much like how Shakur said, and then you are still spewing that this is what you really want? It's like, no, what you really want is for people to acquiesce to whatever your plans are. But that's not how it works. Well, you're not the big fish. And, ultimately, Bud had to do whatever. Regardless if Earl gave into whatever concessions or whatever, Earl was still the guy. And Bud had to acquiesce and do whatever he needed to do to get with the PBC to make the fight. So I don't understand how Jao Battaglia can go put himself on an island with Zuffa, who's still in a predicament to where they are still making the rules as they go along, but Benavidez is the one that's stuck in. It's like, no, you took Brandon Glanton, who was in the IBF rankings number 10, and you were the champion, and y'all both went over to Zuffa, where if you were the champion outside of Zuffa, and he was number 10 outside of Zuffa, and y'all was both in the IBF rankings, you didn't need Zuffa to go do that. So by you going over to the Zuffa and beating Brandon Glanton, pulling him over there to you, losing your IBF belt, now David Benavidez is the duck? Like, make it make sense. I don't get how that works. That math is not math. And that's how I see it. That's how we see it. That's how me and AC see it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we was cooking on this for a minute. It's just basically following the tea leaves.
Yeah, following the tea leaves. It wasn't that loud. The background wasn't that loud.
No, because it sounds like they're right down in front of my building. So I thought I had to get up and look like, yo, why is it so loud? But basically, that's kind of how we see. We've been following this whole Zuffa trail, and you know, it's telling us what's gonna happen, even with Devin Haney. And the only way this Keyshawn versus Devin Haney fight is actually gonna go down is that they both talking about going to Zuffa, because then it's gonna come down to one statement, and this one statement keeps resonating with me, and it's something that Oshaki Foster said in his interview. I think that was with Brian Custer or maybe Cigar Talk or Nessel, one of them, where he was like, look, man, these guys just want to have glorified sparring, man. You know, no risk, but high ass rewards. So they get to fight a bunch of dudes that are just like sparring sessions to them, and they get to walk away and stuff like that. He was like, I just want to expose them and beat them. And just to look at what these big names are doing, and when you look at who Zuffa has already, you're like, there's no competition. You're going to go over there and we're not going to get the fights that we wanted to see. And you guys are going to ride off into the sunset, yeah, with all of this money, if that's what it comes down to. But I mean, you did enough maybe to whereas within this new era of this new media era, you might have done enough for both sides to recognize you. That, yeah, he did this, and Devin Haney did this at 35, and, you know, Shakur Stevenson did this with these 4 divisions, and now they can go over to Zuffa and do that. I think that's going to be the level of talking point that these guys are going to say, yeah, they could go over to Zuffa because they're big names. And we don't want things to get in the way of big fights that we're trying to make. And here's where it's going to come back to David Benavidez and Obataia. Look, we already have an example. Look at why we can't get the David Benavidez versus Jao Obataia fight. If everybody just goes over to Zuffa, then we can get all of these fights. Or the sanctioning bodies just have to get on board. And you see how they're manipulating the conversation? They're taking a thing and telling you, no, you're wrong in thinking that this stuff can't happen, because all they have to do is violate everything that they worked so hard to build so far, get rid of all of that and just join them. Okay, so we did the Ali Act. We doing all of this other stuff. You know, fighters are doing a little bit better than what they were. The corruption of boxing is still there, but it's not as egregious as it was. So we're going to go back to that system. And we have to go back to that system in order for these big fights to be made between some of these guys who are actually the product and commodities. They're not really the stars of boxing. The real stars of boxing is the David Benavidez, the Brian Norman, the Bam Rodriguez, the Puerto Rican dude down at 115. You feel what I'm saying? the Abdullah Masons. You know what I'm saying? These are the real stars. Everyone else is a product. You're a serial number. You're a Q code. And this is what we just have to really realize about this shit and understand that.
Mira, I've been, you know, that I got some of TKO. Now Netflix is under $90, so I've been buying here and there. Share. Finally, I got 3. I'm trying to get to 5 before go over 90. Right? Anyway, because I believe they're gonna go high, right? But I see Lomachenko, and I see it like, damn, for Sufa boxing, Lomachenko can be a good acquisition. You know, he got a name.
Yeah.
We can have some fighters for him. We can sell this guy, sell our core around him. Like that, I see it. Yes, Sufa can work out and make it big because I'm counting with them do the shit right, so the fucking stuff get more expensive and I make more money, whatever. But Sufa need to have another person that is the face, like the business guy that gonna talk about Sufa, that gonna not Dana White, because Dana White is robbing the fans the wrong way. Like people are not even giving a chance to what this stuff is gonna evolve.
Why not?
Because Dana White is the face of the fucking business. And nobody, you know, the boxing fan don't really fuck with him. And if the boxing fan base don't fuck with you, you will not gonna get no freaking casual fan neither. Like this, you know. So I think TKO Group as a company needs to find a better face for this Sufa boxing thing. You know,
I hear what you're saying, Malazar. They need like a De La Hoya, Bernard Hopkins, someone who has enough stature, you know, a Tim Bradley, Andre Ward to be the face of what they're doing. You feel, maybe Sean Porter, maybe what's another one of these boxers? Tara.
Or an entertainer.
Yeah, just somebody who's legitimately a real time boxer represent the sport, or someone like if Mike Carpenter, it wouldn't. It's gonna be worse for them. But to find someone who's, you know, relegated as a people's champion, someone, you know, that's a familiar face that, you know, yeah, we tune into at certain times to listen and hear their perspective and stuff. If they found a person like that, then yeah, it definitely becomes scary and something that people will have to say, all right, these Zuffa niggas is really trying to take this shit over. You know, like right now, they're a threat, but they're the type of threat that people are still like, bro, we got real guns with real ammo, and you know, you're shooting pellet and BB guns. Yeah, they'll hurt, but at the end of the day, you ain't stopping shit, and you ain't killing nobody. That's what we got the power to really do. Now with Congress and the UBOs, they can find and say, all right, yeah, if they give us the play that we looking for, yeah, we could buy us now a 22 and start looking shots back. We may not be able to stop something, but we're gonna wound you. So that's kind of where it is. They're still in the like area to whereas like some of us diehard fans that don't want to see boxing just get torn apart like that, especially American boxing, because American boxing is basically the fragilest or extremely fragile compared to other countries, how they support their fighters and boxers. Even if you go down to Mexico, Mexican boxing and the Mexican fan base for their boxers is way stronger than the American boxing fan base. So we're going to be the ones who actually take this hit the most. The other countries may have enough to support and get, you know, and be able to weather the storm. But American boxing, I don't know. We're the ones who take in, you know, medication for vascular disease and blood thinners and shit like that because our shit could easily be on life support.
Yeah, it's like this. It's like it's the elephant in the room. It's like it's the thing that nobody really wants to say, and I've always been this guy to where it's like the thing that nobody want to say, everybody gonna say. But it's like the elephant in the room. It's like if you were thriving in a market of boxing to where you were a commodity, where people would actually want to pay to see you fight and be interested in your fights, you wouldn't need Zuffa. So the fact that you're going over there and you're trying to convince everybody over there that you're now the hot shit, that says everything. It's like I heard something, I seen something, I was like, man, as much as I supported my guy Richardson Hitchens, as much as I was saying, man, listen, man, if you like Devin Haney, then shit, you should love Richardson Hitchens. You know, they both pure boxers. Like, they don't get knockouts. They're just technically sound. So if you love the sweet science, you would love this guy. If you love that guy, and everybody was like, no, you know, because, you know, Devin has saturated the YouTube market and all that. But like, I heard him say something here recently saying that, I'm like, man, hold on, man. If you were a commodity, and which you were, because you had a belt, but you're willing to give that up, and you're saying in the next couple months, everybody's going to be going over there to Zuffa. But I'm looking like, listen, at first I was just like pro box. Just like every boxer that come up, like David Benavidez in his earlier year before, like when he was going through the thing, I'm like, nah, he got to show me. And like, you know, I would bet against him and bet against him. They actually had to show and prove to where it's like they had to win me over. That's no longer existent now. It's like on YouTube and the voices that have, you know, the popular guys, it's like you know, because you want to be involved with the water cooler talk and you want people to acknowledge what you say and give credence and not ignore your comments and all that. You're gonna go along with the get along game. So I've been looking at this thing and I'm like, hold on. If you were worth your salt in anything, to where, like, I'll give you an example. Jose Ramirez. Prior to him fighting Devin Haney, he had turned down more championship fights than the average boxer would ever get a chance to actually fight against. Why was he able to do that, you all? Because he was able to sell tickets. You're like, what do you mean, Mike? If you listen, I'm going to tell you, right? Because he was able to sell tickets out there in California, he could pick, choose, and refuse when he wanted to go for a title shot. Because whenever he was going up and fighting, it was like, okay, well, if you didn't have more clout than me and I chose to fight you, the fight not going to go down. Why? Because, shit, I can fight somebody lesser than you, make more money because I'm able to fight out there in California. Well, the people that have to default over to Zuffa, like Berlanga, they can't pull their weight in salt, so they have to go over there and get compensated more to be part of the appeal to go join. But that don't mean that if they would actually go out to Florida and say, hey, I got a venue, I'm getting ready to fight, that they want to sell the tickets. That's why they have to go over there to Zuffa. So I'm like, what is going on with boxing where it's like there's speculation that Shakur Stevenson's going over there, Devin Haney's going over there. We seen one of Brian Norman fighters going over there, and I had to question myself. I said, hold on, how come Edwin De Los Santos going over there? I mean, he got a couple extra ducats from what happened, you know, with him and Keyshawn. Why he got to go over there? Why is he fighting Rayo Valenzuela? Because the marketability and the fact that he can't put butts in seats in the American market, it's not there. So you don't need to go over to Zuffa if you're an entertaining fighter. You can put butts in seats. Yeah, you have to go over there, and it suits people. Like, prime example, Edgar Berlanga. Zuffa would be right for Edgar Berlanga, in my opinion. But him and Richardson Hitchens went over at the same time. Zuffa was right for Edgar Berlanga, but it was wrong for Richardson Hitchens. Why? Because Richardson Hitchens already had his salt He's from New York. He has a fan base. People know him. He's not the most popular, but he had a belt. There was no reason for him to go over there to Zuffa. But he ducked Duarte. So now he goes over there the same face because why? They paid him more money than what he's actually worth. And he needs it. Somebody who's not really getting a payday on a regular basis, like maybe a Charles Conwell. He might be right for Zuffa. Why? Because he's a tough out. He sent one up. He sent somebody up to the upper room. But his marketability is not on a commercial appeal to where he can sell and buy tickets. Devin Haney, he's not right for Zuffa. Why? Because if he makes the right matchup, like a Rolly Romero, like a Ryan Garcia, he's pay-per-view. He has no business over there at Zuffa. So Zuffa is right for certain people, but it's not right for certain people.
Yeah.
If y'all get what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like who looks good in skinny jeans. You know what I'm saying? Some people can pull them shits off. Some people just can't. You know, a person that I felt that in the long run, for people like Shakur and Devin, they're eventually going to wind up at Zuffa. Once you become there in this era, the next best thing is you're getting not at the height of your career, but you know, you've done everything. A person who I would say would be a great candidate for Zuffa right now, and it'll probably shock the shit out of many fans, and they'll probably piss off of, you know, some Terrence Crawford fans that may be in a thing, and I just gave it away. At this point, Crawford would be great for Zuffa. You feel what I'm saying? Because what else is there left for him to really do? People are going to be talking the rematch. They're going to be talking this, but then the heavy Crawford fans, why we need to see this? The guys that are celebrating the year anniversaries and shit like that of him beating Errol Spence, those guys are going to be, you know what I'm saying? But overall, Crawford is the perfect fit for Zuffa. You know who else is another good fit for Zuffa, in my opinion? Floyd Schofield. Like, they would be stars. They would be the type of people that, you know, between the way they talk and the way they promote themselves, and the dad with all of his ridiculous shit that he says, you know, on that real WWE shit. Yeah, right there, it works for you, bro. It works for you. Shakur, we know you're eventually gonna make it over to Zuffa because you're going over there by default, because the competition at 140 is thick and they on your ass. You know what I'm saying? People got to stop saying, well, don't nobody want to fight Shakur, and Shakur can't get fights, and Shakur needs to figure out what he's going to do because there's nobody who's willing to step up to the game and fight him at 140. But, you know, I could put together a 10, 20 person list of guys that want to fight Shakur. They all realize that where Shakur is and the way the media carries his name, they know they are never going to get a fight with Shakur. But they say, if I had a choice of anybody right now to fight, I would fight Shakur Stevenson. And everyone that I'm talking about is between 35, 40, and 47. So for Shakur to go out in his career and be one of the new faces of this new era of boxing, Zuffa makes sense to me. Same thing with Devin Haney. Although Devin Haney has a choice, you don't have to. You actually have a choice. You feel what I'm saying? Shakur actually has a choice, but Shakur just doesn't want to do it because he's got the friends and family plan. And that friends and family plan already the hitching. It already, is trying to constantly send in those mail-in offers that even if you ain't got the phone, you get the junk mail that's sent. If you trade in your phone, you can get this plan. They're doing that shit to Richard Hitchens. I mean, to Gary Antoine Russell. But Gary still wants to fight, but he has to play the politics. You feel what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah. But let me say this. Devin could have fought Rolly. And if he
Yes.
bet on himself, I don't give a fuck what nobody in major media says. That fight would have sold.
All day.
Why? Because it would have closed the triangle. Why? Because Devin and Ryan had history. Rolly beat Ryan, unsuspectedly, and it would have closed the triangle. Like everybody would have wanted to see. Okay, well, shit. How would Devin actually fare against Rolly? That was just like add water. Like you could make that pay-per-view and that shit would sell. I would bet my life on it.
And people will go over
Like
there.
Shakur, like as far as everything that you were saying and how people used to claim, oh well, Tank said he ain't do nothing and he didn't do it. Well, once he went up and beat T.O. and everybody was all on his jock strap and all that, if Shakur would have went back to the table with Tank, that shit would sell pay-per-view. People would buy that
God.
nice bread. Like that shit would be.
That's a 200.
So either way, them two niggas don't need Zuffa. Like because if you tell me that Devin getting ready to go over to Zuffa to fight Richard Hitchens, who gonna buy that shit? Like hardcore, like me, you, AC, Melazar, fucking D Calico. You want to see that shit, but like, who gonna want to see that shit over at Zuffa? Who gonna want to see? Listen, who gonna want to see Devin and Richardson Hitchens over at Zuffa versus Devin and Rolly on pay-per-view? Who gonna want to see Shakur and Devin over there on Zuffa versus Shakur and Tank on pay-per-view? Like it's a note on Netflix at that. It's on Prime at that. Yeah. Nobody. So it's like. This is what I be trying to tell you. Like, listen, everything will work itself out if everybody were to just be honest. If we were just to be honest, like, if you were to just be honest and say, listen, man, if you tell me that Rolly and Devin is up on the billboard right now, sign me up, take my money. If you tell me that Shakur and Tank is up on the billboard, sign me up and take my money. I don't give a fuck if it's Prime. I don't give a fuck if it's Netflix. I don't give a fuck. Sign me up and take my fucking money. But to tell me that, David Benavidez is ducking Jal Bataille. If you told me that Jal Bataille and David Benavidez is on Prime, sign me up and take my fucking money. Cause that's what it was before they was convinced otherwise. See, Jal Bataille didn't need to go over to Zuffa to get a David Benavidez fight. Why? Because it was already speculated before Jal Bataille went over there to fight Glanton that we were going to get a Jal Bataille after David beat Zerto. We was going to get it. It was already like a done deal. It was like we was either going to get it on Prime or Netflix. It was already a done deal. He didn't even go over to Zuffa to do that. But now they got a pink media. Major media, who controls the print page, controls the thing under the age, gotta convince us that David Benavidez has to go over to Zuffa or he's ducking. It's like, no. We were gonna get that fight because Zerto was already in the mix. So once he fought Zerto, all you had to do was wait where you was at, and we was gonna get it on Prime or Netflix anyway. So we just gotta be honest. I'm thinking that as boxing fans, if we were all just to be honest and say, listen, man, these are the fights that we want, and this is what we're willing to pay for. Because it's like anything in life. If it's a crab boil and it's $90 and me and my lady can have a good time, and you know what I'm saying, we're gonna get a crab boil, we're gonna take my money. You know what I'm saying? Sign me up, take my money. What time y'all gonna be there? We're gonna show up, we're gonna show out, we're gonna give you our $90. We're gonna get our crab boil. We're gonna go home and play hide the salami. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Like all this extra shit, all this other old politics, and I don't want to do this, and I don't think he's doing this. We don't gotta do all of that. All we gotta do is say, listen, man, what fights we gonna get? Okay, sign me up, take my money. Once we see the billboard, sign me up and take my money. I'm practically begging to give it to you. Just be honest. That's all we gotta do.
when Ryan Garcia and Mario Barrio did their fight presented, some people was laughing, that shit was not gonna sell, whatever. When they build the car under it, yo, that shit sell all the tickets and the pay-per-views. So you will tell me that Devin Haney and Rolly Romero with a decent car below them will not gonna sell in California or Las Vegas? Like for real in Las Vegas because Rolly's over there. And bro, come on. And all the media shit and Bill talking shit and Rolly talking shit and all the fucking drama that go around it. You know it's a soap opera too. So come on, that shit will sell. If you don't accept that
Right.
fight, we know that shit.
Right. And but let me address what you're saying because you're in the vein it's sounding like. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Just comment in the comment section. I'll address it. I'll be respectful. But this is a pet peeve of mine, right? And this is what I've been able to see like over the last couple months with boxing. Because I'm trying to preserve the essence of the sport. But like right now, we're in an era to where we have fans that are just ecstatic about praising fighters over their accolades. Like, because Devin Haney was able to go fight George Kambosos, and because many people in present day don't know the history of it, because he was able to go over and fight George Kambosos where he was gifted a belt, even though that wasn't the highest belt because Teofimo Lopez, he went in Fort Loma, and that was really for undisputed, technically. Like, so Teofimo fought Loma for undisputed for real, because the belt that Loma got was an elevated status over the belt that Devin had. So when he got elevated, they sent Devin a belt. He went for Loma. Teofimo Lopez beat him. So technically, he was undisputed. But because Devin Haney went and fought George Kambosos for his belt over in Australia, and it was undisputed, people hang their hat on his accolades. Like, so now I'm hearing a lot. I'm hearing and seeing. I was over there on my man Crush channel, and somebody, a big jerk politician, like pussy ass nigga, was over there talking about, oh man, well, he's the youngest undisputed. It's like, you can't hang your hat on that. It's like, yes, that is an achievement. So, not to knock on a young brother for having, achieved undisputed. That's not the point. But the point is, we cannot act like just because he got undisputed by fighting Kambosos and then going back and defended it. Because they put the cherry on top by saying, oh, he fought Kambosos, he got undisputed, he went back, he defended it. So not only did he get it, but he defended it, and he was the youngest. We can't hang our hat on that. Why? One, because that's a lie. It wasn't the youngest undisputed. And people say they qualified by being in the 4-belt area. But when you do that, you do the same thing that you're doing with Shakur actually beating Teofimo Lopez. By saying that because of his qualifications, he don't gotta do shit. They don't gotta do shit. It's like, well, why are they still in the same sport of boxing where everybody else is held to the higher standard? Because right now they treat St. Davis like he ain't never did shit. But there's nobody on Devin Haney's resume. There's nobody on Shakur Stevenson's resume who done went 2 divisions above and was able to get a belt yet. But Tank Davis is the least respected. Think about that.
Hey.
So no longer can we just rest our laurels on the fact that your boxer was able to accomplish something and rest our laurels, because what that does is saying that, okay, well, because he did that, he no longer had to do anything else. And now book ended here.
So
Imagine if Patrick Mahomes went out there for the Kansas City Chiefs just next year saying, oh shit, well, I'm already in the playoffs. I mean, I'm already in the Hall of Fame. I don't really gotta do nothing. I don't gotta throw another touchdown pass. I don't gotta make another completion. I'm already in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah.
His ass would be out of the league in the first 4 games if he stunk it up and he threw more interceptions than touchdowns in his first 3 games. They would kick his ass out the fucking league.
Well,
It's only in boxing to where because what Devin Haney did when he got whatever he got against Kambosos, and then he was able to beat Lomachenko at the time when he beat Lomachenko. Now the bar is so low to where he don't got to do anything to where everybody can rest their laurels on the fact that, oh yeah, well, he was undisputed. That shit don't mean shit.
Well,
Because if Kambosos would have fought Tank, Devin would have never got undisputed. You can argue me down because Tank would have knocked Kambosos the fuck out, and it wouldn't have took 24 rounds. We can debate that all day, every day, but based on the 93.33%, I think I have a legitimate claim. So we cannot rest our laurels on the fact that what these guys have done and their accolades. We cannot hang our hat on the accolades to where it's like we don't expect anything from them going forward because it's like they've already made it. And that's what I'm hearing from a lot of these fans, from Shakur, a lot of these fans I hear from Devin. It's like they've already made it, so they don't got to do nothing else. Like, well, why the fuck they still in boxing?
You're hitting something really, really right there, because they were saying the same shit for Usyk. Like, oh, he did already everything. He's a 3-time unified champion, you know, because he won it in the heavyweight from Tyson Fury. He dropped 1 title, so Dubois can win it. Then he defeat Dubois. Now he's twice undisputed, so he got the accolade. So now he don't have to defend the titles. He can fight a nobody title defense, and we have to accept it. Then the guy get beat up, and well, he knocked him out, and whatever. He don't need to do nothing else because he got this accolade.
Exactly.
But see, that's the issue.
That bullshit for everybody, and these accolades, like, this is the greatest shit, and now because they have these accolades, they don't have to do nothing else. They don't have to fight nobody else. They did, but Crawford did it too. He defeated Canelo. Well, he defeated Canelo. Now it's no more fight for him. He's gonna retire and fuck it. Like, for real? And we have to be fine with it? No, it's like, I'm not fine with it. Like, if you, it's cool. You defeat this guy, you win all these accolades, but now I want to see you defend it. I want to see you in the ring, being the champion, representing as a champion. You know, not just trying to cherry pick now because I already have accolades. Now I can cherry pick and do bullshit and people.
But for me, it's this, and even when I'm looking at different arguments that people make on many different topics and stuff like that, I kind of put it like this: in a political scheme, all these young people are mad at millionaires and billionaires. But I asked the question, so you couldn't become a millionaire or billionaire to do something different? Because at the end of the day, that money not going to change me. So not every person you're saying is X, Y, and Z. So within that same vein, I look at it like this. Who is the first person or the first group of people to make these outrageous claims once a fighter does something in real time? When we watch Shakur versus Teofimo Lopez, as before the show was over, you heard the commentators, all of them. Well, yeah, Shakur, by this performance, and if we take the metrics of this performance, has Shakur risen to the level that he can just, from now on, go and pick and choose and do what he want to do? That's the business of boxing. That's you producing this thing. This is the product. When you use language like that, that tells me your fighter is a product. He's a Q code. If I had my iPhone, I'd put it up to his face, and then it'll tell me what his bullshit is gonna cost me. So that's what we look at. When you look at David Benavidez within the same vein, David Benavidez goes out and he puts the type of performance that I've been calling for a fight that said, look, if Benny go up to 175 and he don't see my guy Yard, then I'm gonna have a problem with Benny, and I'm a huge fan of Benny. He goes up there and he does what Kovalev and Baturviev couldn't do. Just beat the shit out of him. Just beat him the fuck down. That's how you dominate that dude. And Benny did that. And then he goes out and people want to say, oh, elbow gate, elbow gate. Bro, if one elbow hit that nigga, that's not going to do the damage of what we saw them fucking flurries doing. Them flurries was knocking sweat, blood, and everything else off this man's head. So you go out and you give us impressive victory after impressive victory, and we're questioning, does the speed and the power carry? And as you're moving up, it's carrying. Because this is what they said when you got up to 68. When you was down at 160. You go to 68, you dominant. Then you go to 75, you're dominant. Then you go to cruiser and you're dominant.
Yep.
But for him, it's, well, you know, he's ducking over Taya, and if he really want to say he's all of this, he should go up there and fight Usyk.
Yeah.
You see the difference?
Yeah.
That's a real fucking fighter we're talking about in David Benavidez, the Mexican monster.
Yeah.
Gore Stevenson is a fucking Q code because they're telling you, well, he just beat the most tenured guy, but the weakest guy up there at 147, and now he can pick and choose and do whatever the fuck he want to do. And Shakur has never given us not one of the type of fights that David Benavidez has given us at least 3 times in a row.
Boy, you cooking, boy. God damn, AC.
Yeah.
So
Shit, boy, you cooking, nigga. Because listen, I said, hold on, man. So now David Benavidez got to go to cruiserweight, but like, there's no push for Jao Batai to go to. I mean, hold on. Hold on.
go to heavyweight. Yeah.
He got to go to heavyweight. Yeah. David Benavidez got to go to heavyweight to fight Usyk, but there's no argument for Jao Batai to go to. It's the same shit about how. Remember when they used to always say, man, it's crazy because when I was always before my nigga started moving funny, when William Hitchens, before he started moving funny, I was the biggest advocate. I used to push the goal. Man, I used to be a biggest advocate for Hitchens. And I said, listen, hold on, listen. When he won against Kambosos, he got in the ring. He had Teofimo Lopez in the ring. He said, listen, y'all, do y'all want to see this? He announced that he was a free agent, and then he said, fuck the Haneys. So it was either T.O. or Devin. He didn't get neither one. Right? But everybody used to say, oh, man, he got to fight Gary Antoine. So I said, okay, cool. No harm, no foul. I don't see no problem with that. Yeah, you do got to see Gary Antoine because Gary Antoine, his request is to be undisputed. So I just left that right there. Shakur jumped his ass up there. He gets Teofimo Lopez, who had a history with Keyshawn. Because if you've been following Top Rank and you was a boxing fan, you know they already had history. So it was already history between T.O. and Keyshawn because Keyshawn and his people, they already beat the shit out of T.O. Sr. They already beat the shit out of him. So it was already history there. And there was already you know what I'm saying, whatever.
Ooh,
But Shakur gets T.O., right? Instead of Keyshawn fighting Richards and Hitchens, they find a way to patch themselves out. So Keyshawn winds up getting Jermaine Ortiz, who had already had a signed contract with Shakur. I connected these dots. So yeah, he stopped him. It's no harm, no foul. So I'm like, well, damn, hold on. How come when Richardson Hitchens beat the guy he's supposed to beat in Cambosis and he called out T.O. and they got the same manager, they don't get it. It's no harm, no foul. But Shakur gets T.O. and nobody say nothing. But when Shakur beat T.O., there's nobody calling for Shakur to fight Gary Antoine Russell. And I've been wondering for the longest time. I said, hold on. If he's the best of the best, and nobody's saying for him to fight Hirioka, nobody's saying that he need to fight Dalton Smith. There was none of that. Why is there no push for him to fight Gary Antoine Russell? Major media never jumps on that. I'm the only one to be saying, hold on, man. If Richardson Hitchens, because every time Richardson Hitchens, before he pulled that dumb shit, now I'm all for Richardson Hitchens. PSA. I'm all for Richardson Hitchens. I said I'll support you as long as you're moving the way you need to move. Once he ducked Duarte and went over to Zuffa, I'm off. I still respect your skills. I'm not gonna shit on you, but I'm off. I can't support you. But why is there never no claim for Shakur Stevenson to fight Gary Antoine Russell? Why?
That will be a great fight. Shakur versus
Exactly. Exactly. And I never let off, but that's because media and major media and people who want to be along with the go along, get along and push the buttons and move the levers that they all move. You know what I'm saying? Like Wizard of Oz. That's what they do. That's not what we do. We're saying, hold on, Shakur. Since you didn't want to go down and get your belt back like you said you would and fight O'Shaquie Foster, who said he would pay your fees, get you reinstated, and he'll fight you in your own backyard. Since you don't want to do that, why are you not saying Mr. Gary Antoine Russell? Because we're not going to ask you to fight Keyshawn. And me personally, I put out a post today to say, listen, man, stop fucking asking for that fight. We don't even want to see Keyshawn versus Shakur. Why? It ain't going to be no aggression. They're going to rob us. Even if it's ever made. I don't give a fuck if it's 2 years from now. Unless you see Keyshawn slapping the shit out of Shakur's mother, or Shakur slapping the shit or fucking Keyshawn's baby mother, it ain't gonna be no real aggression. Why you want to see it? Why? Because they're gonna give a bunch of money, ain't gonna be no aggression, they're gonna fleece us. It's gonna be a ski mask event. No poo shizzy. Stop asking! Because it's not the same. Because there is no pressure for Shakur to fight Gary Antoine Russell. There's no pressure for Shakur to fight Andy Hirioka. There's no pressure for him to fight Alberto Puello. There's no pressure for him to fight anybody that's of any relevance that would give him any competition at 140. Why? Because he's already made it. And that was the original thought. This is why it's dangerous for you to co-sign the fact that your fighter has all these accolades and they don't have to do nothing.
That's what the corporate media tells us. Oh,
exactly.
He already made it. He can do whatever he wants. No.
Exactly. Exactly. They say Shakur's already a 4-division champion. It's like, okay, well, what are your expectations? Oh, he can pick, choose, and refuse. But why the fuck is he still boxing for? Why is he still boxing? Well, Devin Haney, he's the youngest undisputed. Why the fuck is he still boxing for? If we can't ask him to fight Rolly. But they said that, you know what? Rolly, he ducked Rolly. Rolly gave him a 50-50 opportunity. It was must-see pay-per-view. It was PBV, must-see TV. Devin got off the hook, and they said that Rolly didn't want to fight Devin because he was ducking his mandatory and Giyosov. Well, tonight, how did that age? So he was ducking Giyosov, who got beat by Catterall. The way he got beat, if you saw that fight, that shit didn't age well at all. That shit didn't age well. But on the boxing voice, we can clearly see with Devin Haney and Bill Haney in particular, they were campaigning for Jack Catterall before the nigga even got the 147. Think about it.
And you know what?
That's why.
Jack Catterall, even I don't like Jack Catterall's style. I think it's the same as Devin Haney. Like they don't finish. They just play with their fucking foot till 12 round because they already know they're up in the scorecard, so they don't do more to finish the fucking job. Just finish it up, cabrón. So no, they just go in auto mode. Devin Haney is the American style and Catterall is the British style. So I think a fight between them can sell too. You know, if you make a good core and stuff like that, Devin Haney versus Jack Catterall, you know, American versus British, whatever. You can do a good shit like that and sell it. And sell it here in America. Don't have to be in fucking England to sell that shit. You know? Because you see Jack Catterall just fought in Egypt.
But this is my point. But Mira, look. Think about this. Let's just use our critical thinking skills, right? There's a history between Rolly and Ryan. There's a history between Devin and Ryan, right? Devin and Rolly would compete the triangle. But why would Bill and them be campaigning for them to fight Jack Catterall? At that time, Jack Catterall was just now announcing the fact that this was before his first fight with Bozy at 147. So, why would you walk away from a fight with Rolly, but be so adamant about a fight with Jack Catterall? Why? Yeah. Because Rolly might represent an ass whooping.
Yeah, and I do remember. Go ahead.
But you would have people tooth and nail that will argue, say, "Oh, you just a Devin Haney," even though Devin Haney and AC is a witness. Devin Haney gained a lot of respect for me. Like, I'm not the biggest fan, but I will give Devin. You can't tell me like AC. He'll vouch for me. I'll give Devin Haney a credit for when his credit due. I said, "Oh shit, this nigga made me eat crow. Oh, he growing on me. Oh, this and that." But why would it be painted in the media that Rolly ducked Devin or Rolly was dodging his mandatory and Giasov when we just seen what Giasov did with Catterall? But Rolly wanted to fight with Devin, and Devin didn't make it happen. Even though Devin, the first thing he said was the money was right. The very first thing he said, we never heard Bill or Devin say, "Oh yeah, the money right." Only to end out the agreement saying that, "Oh yeah, the money wasn't right."
But you know what? We can maybe see Catterall versus Rolly, because Catterall have the WBA regular title and Rolly have the WBA super title. So whatever. Maybe we can see that one. Maybe not Haney, but we can see Catterall.
Yeah, this is what I was gonna say. When there was the whole conversation of Devin Haney going up to 140, and as per play of Team Haney, whenever there's discussions that they might do something, then you know there's a pot of pasta cooking. So they did do the wet spaghetti thing, and I believe this is when Catterall had to fight with Josh Taylor and stuff like that, and Devin Haney was like, "Yeah, I would like to have Josh Taylor or Catterall, whatever fight that we can make." You feel what I'm saying? But you went up there and you landed in the Regis field, so there was some talks, but it was at the end of the day, it's he's been using Jack Catterall's name as wet pasta constantly, and it's not even, it was more so Bill. It was like, so who are people you would like to fight? Even at one point, Eddie Hearn was like, "Yeah, when we did sign Devin to the zone, we were possibly looking at a potential fight between him and Taylor or him and Catterall and stuff like that. And those were supposed to be some of the names that would help him build his overseas recognition and stuff like that. But again, it was two guys that love pasta, Eddie Hearn and Bill Haney. And you get them two together, man. You'll get pasta better than or at the level of Carbone Italian restaurant here in New York with their 2 Michelin stars. So that's all I'm saying as far as that. There's the wet pasta history between Catterall and Devin Haney. And that's about it. But it was never a situation where we were thinking that that's going to be a serious fight that's gonna get across the line.
But let me qualify it, AC, because I want to put a timestamp. Because as thorough as I am, I want to tell you that immediately after they beat Jose Ramirez, remember, this is the funny point that I want everybody to see that's listening to the sound of my voice right now. Immediately after, because that's the same night. Remember, that's the same night when Teofimo Lopez put hands and feet on Arnold Barboza. Right? Remember, Arnold Barboza had already just put hands and feet on Jose Ramirez. And that's the night when Devin ran. We called him Flash Gordon for Jose Ramirez. But right after that, Bill was online talking about Jack Catterall. They was in broad daylight with a flashlight and a roll guard vest talking about some goddamn Josh Catterall. But think about it. Immediately after Rolly beat Ryan, you seen Devin celebrating with Rolly at the same way that Keyshawn Davis celebrated when Mortalia got the decision over Andy Cruz. Talking about belt to ass. Remember, he was celebrating. So I said, oh yeah, because it was an interview a couple days later, like a day or two later, where Jamal Charlo, Big Charlo, the one that fight at 168, they was asking him, what should Rolly do? He said, oh man, shit, if I was you, I'll fight Devin because that'll put your career on a whole nother trajectory. Bill came out and said, oh man, this nigga's a drunk. He don't deserve to have a mic. Why the fuck? Oh, like acting like he was totally disrespectful. All Jamal said was, say, this will put your career on the whole trajectory. You just beat Ryan, who put hands and feet all over Devin, despite the Oscar ring. Go ahead and fight Devin. Bill shitted all over him. But guess what? Devin celebrated with him after he beat Ryan. So I said, oh damn, we ain't gonna get no Rolly. That was the first opportunity. So they turned it down. They went away. They were campaigning for a fucking Jack Catterall. But guess what happened? Him and Rolly got in conversations. They had a deal on the table. Devin and them said, oh, this is the best thing since sliced bread. Oh, the money is right. Only to come around and say, oh, the money wasn't right. We don't know what the fuck happened and why that fight didn't happen. Why? Because Rolly only wanted the big fight. So that didn't happen. So now that they came out and said that, after that, they came out and said, oh, well, Rolly ducking his mandatory and Gearsoft. But guess what? Catterall just beat Gearsoft.
And
Devin and them was actually campaigning for Catterall, but they didn't want to fight Rolly. Like, the shit is blatantly obvious. They thought they might have got their ass beat by Rolly. Why? Because Rolly was in camp with no other than the talented Mr. David Morrell and Joseph Brown, and he has progressed since he fought Tank. So now they seen Catterall beat Giasov, and we'll probably get a Devin versus Catterall now. But he didn't want to see that ass whooping with a Rolly.
Or Rolly versus Catterall. I think we can see more at Rolly versus Catterall because both are WBA and maybe they wanna like make the real champion.
But they came out and said that Rolly came out with a tweet and said he retired.
Why did you say that?
Rolly came out with a tweet and said he retired.
Nah, I think
the other day.
Shit. I think he's.
I mean, you know, we gotta take it with a grain of salt, but like, you know, he see the politics and the business. It's just like, man, niggas who be, but this goes back to my point, Medazar, and what I'm saying. Like, this is AC. This is what I'm saying. Where motherfuckers love to take credit for accolades, to where it's like, once you get this accolade, like Devin being undisputed because he fought Kambosos. It's like after that, it's like it don't really. And then let's fast forward to him moving up. So let's just say he got undisputed and then he moved up and fought Regis. Even though Regis wasn't the guy, Regis wasn't the same guy that he was when it was him, AB, and Terrence Crawford down at 140. But I digress. You know what I'm saying? But he wasn't the same guy. But the fact that he got undisputed at 135, right? And he fought Loma, and then he moved up and he fought Regis, right? He don't gotta do shit else. So he's good to go. So he don't have to fight a guy like Rolly. Why? Because he's already made it. Just like Shakur, we're fighting Tio. By getting Tio, he's already made it. So he don't gotta do nothing else. He's already made it.
See, I'm looking at the rankings right now. And for the WBA, Shakram Giasov and a couple of Shakram Giasov, Raul Krul, Connor Ben, which is pretty much off the table. Danny Onis, Conan Walker, Jack Catterall, Brian Norman Jr. Brian Norman Jr. just had an impressive victory. I think he may get one more fight, and here's what I'm saying. He gets one more fight between one of these guys up here, with the exception of Connor Ben and Giasov. That puts him in line to get that championship fight with Rolly. Jack Catterall is sitting at the number one position right up under Devin Haney for the WBO. So where they were mentioning Jack Catterall at the New York event, right now Jack Catterall makes the most sense for Devin Haney. They're gonna throw us a bunch of wet pasta saying that, yeah, I want the Keyshawn fight, yada yada yada, but then settle on Jack Catterall, especially now that Jack Catterall just had an impressive win. You feel what I'm saying? So Catterall is definitely in the mix. Brian Norman is probably gonna go with this WBC path, which it looks like he wants to go because he's mentioned the WBC belt in the past since he's come back. So my guess is Brian Norman, not the WBC, the WBA. My thing would be if Catterall doesn't take the Devin Haney fight, more than likely we might see Catterall versus Brian Norman Jr. for a title eliminator versus Rolly.
Well, it's like already Catterall got the title eliminator. That's
for which one? For Rolly or?
Yeah, the Rolly one. The
WBA.
Oh, so that's what that fight was about.
Won that. He just won the regular. See, they made Rolly the super.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they made Rolly the super, and so now Catterall just won the regular. So he jived like Rolly. He's in the same position with Tank. This is why people don't really give. This is another reason why I give Tank more credit. It's just like David Morrell. and Tank. They were kind of like in the same position because when you the regular, you gotta fight the mandatories. You gotta fight the next best thing, or whoever high in the rankings or whatever. But the super, they don't gotta do it. So you pretty much protecting the super. That's why we call David Morrell El Sicario, because he was fighting Canelo's mandatories for like 3 years up until like 2024. So that's why Ronnie Shields was calling David Morrell El Sicario, because he was fighting Canelo's mandatories up until 2024. Like from 2021 to 2024, he was fighting Canelo's. So they was shitting on David Morrell, saying, "Oh, you don't fight nobody. What have you done?" It's like, no, he was fighting the guy that moved up in the rank and that was next up or whatever. That's the same thing Tank was doing when they were saying Devin had all the belts. So Devin didn't have to fight the mandatories. Tank was fighting them. You know what I'm saying? It was the same thing, but people don't realize that. It's like, okay, well, he fighting niggas that the who's who coming up and ready. You know what I'm saying? So now Rolly is the super, Catterall is the regular. So Catterall is gonna be faced with the mandatories or whatever, and it's gonna be real convenient if Devin and them strikes an agreement with Catterall. Man, that's a double motherfucking duck. That's a double motherfucking duck, bro. Because Rolly offered you the shit. And they were saying, oh man, Rolly, he just don't want to fight his mandatory in gear. So, well, after what we seen with, yeah, that would have been an interesting fight.
Yeah,
I still believe in Gearsov, but the fact that Rolly didn't fight Gearsov, now, like once Devin said, I don't want to fight Rolly, they said, oh well, Rolly really just ducking his mandatory, because once they figured out that they couldn't force a fight with Rolly, and Gearsov was like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna fight the next best thing because I can get the regular. Now that Catterall won, the Devin Haney fans are going to go crazy. So once Devin contractually obligates himself to fight Catterall, that is a motherfucking double duck.
Yeah, and what's looking crazy right now is that if you take Catterall out of the picture, you feel what I'm saying? Let's say Catterall just says, you know what, Cruel is the next guy up. I'll fight Cruel as my first title.
Coriel.
Yeah, Coriel. So I'll fight him. You know what I'm saying? That's my whatever. Then that leaves Devin with a choice of Teofimo Lopez, old Manny Pacquiao, Barbosa. Karan just fought, didn't look good. He's not going to do Brian Norman just yet. And Liam Paro, Rohan Polanco. Alexis Rocha and Ricardo Salas Rodriguez round off 9 and 10. So Devin talking about going to Zuffa for a bag. Which one of those guys goes over there for that fight, and how is that fight even structured with Devin Haney having a WBO belt and stuff like that? So it's going to get a little weird no matter what Devin Haney does, especially if Zuffa is on the table. Now, if Zuffa is not on the table, you take a stay busy fight and you revisit the Rolly Romero fight. You said that's the fight that makes the most sense for you because Ryan Garcia is playing around. You know that's the biggest fight at 47. It's you versus Ryan Garcia. But you're saying Ryan Garcia is not being serious. And you also said that why not beat the guy, one of the guys who just recently beat Ryan Garcia, and that's in Rolly Romero. You said that makes sense. You said that at the Ring magazine. You said that on at least 3 other different interviews. So if it's not working for you right now, you see the Zuffa deal it's looking sketchy at best on who you're going to face. You feel what I'm saying? Because I'm in the same camp as Bodywork. I don't think you versus Hitchens is gonna sell. That's a loss of revenue fight. It may be cool for the optics, but as far as a business decision, and if I'm looking to start off a company, am I gonna buy that strand of weed over this? Not on your fucking life.
Yo,
If this shit ain't cookies, then I don't want that strand. So at the end of the day, Rolly, him and Devin are locked in between. At this particular point for me, he just can't get away from that fight.
Yo, AC. These niggas, I'm telling y'all, this is a foregone conclusion. Devin has found himself. Like, don't take my word for it. I got a video with Antonio Tar. It's called First 48. It's called First 48, where I had Antonio Tarver say there's nowhere to run to, there's nowhere to hide. Shit that I've been saying for years. Devin is trapped right now. See, because they thought Catterall they thought that Catterall shit was sweet with Catterall, but he's a southpaw with exceptional speed and exceptional power. He's one of them guys to where, see, you'll be confused by seeing what happened with Barbosa, that Catterall ain't what he is. But he already did what he did to Josh Taylor. He just didn't get undisputed because he really they robbed that nigga on the scorecards. So then he had the shit with Barbosa. People was thinking, oh man, Catterall ain't what he is. But then Gilsaw, who I seen in live in color, he hits harder than what people think. They thought that Rolly was avoiding Gilsaw. So then they trapped. So they either gonna have to take Catterall, which they'll get exposed by Catterall. Rolly, which I'm thinking Rolly, I'm kind of leaning towards Rolly. Because Rolly's gonna rough him up, like all that clinching and all that. He ain't gonna be able to clinch and do all that with Rolly. Yeah. So they're trapped, bro. Like, because any of them other nerves, like a Rohan Polanco, a Tiger Johnson, and Lord forbid if they go over to Zuffa and he has to fight Richardson Hitchens, I already know Richardson Hitchens gonna wash. Like, Richardson Hitchens gonna wash that, bro.
I'm gonna tell you, he's got an out though, body. He's got an out. It's gonna be ugly, but he's got an out because the talking point is the triangle. The talking point is the triangle. He's got. Listen. It's Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo Lopez is talking about going up to 47. Yeah. Devin Haney versus Teofimo Lopez sells just as much, as Teofimo Lopez did with Shakur Stevenson. So if we're talking about the Four Kings, if we're talking about the original Four Kings, Devin Haney damn near completes it when he fights Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah, and look, I'm not gonna knock him if he do it. I'm not gonna knock him if he do it, but we already know that's like he's taking it easy. Like he's like by taking that fight, he's gonna be exposed, bro.
Yeah, but that's listen.
Like, I mean, yeah, it'll make sense, and like you can't really come down on him, but by taking that TO after this Shakur shit, like it says everything, bro. It says that you're playing the safe, you're packing it in. You get another payday, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, cool. We're not gonna be able to shit on you, but we already know what you're doing by taking that.
We're gonna see the same. We're gonna see the same energy argument. Yeah. We're gonna see the same energy argument in when Tank decided to fight Gamboa. Crawford was the first person to stop him. Tank and then everybody else went on to go after what's the name? Is Teofimo Lopez the new Gamboa? Possibly. You feel what I'm saying?
Possibly.
But at the end of the day, he's still a name that's going to build something for somebody. He's former this, former that. two division lineal champion, yada yada yada, legitimate lineal champion. So, you know, the talking point is, all right, who did he lose to? He lost the fight to Cambosis, to where some people say he might have pulled it off in the end. He lost a really outclassed, and he was outclassed by the great Shakur Stevenson. Now he's on his way back to see if he can find redemption in fighting Devin Haney. So it's right there in the mix, and this is why, again, the wet pasta situation. Yeah, I'm talking Keyshawn, but Keyshawn gonna come up at the end of the day. Let's kind of weigh it out. Keyshawn comes up, him versus Teofimo Lopez. That's a fight we've been wanting to see for a minute since both.
Well, I don't fucking trust Tio. Like, I'm gonna cook that nigga. Like, man, like, shit. It's Bob. I got a 3-day weekend. Like, and he would get barbecued. You know what I'm saying? Like, for 3 days straight. Like, you know, can I knock it? No. Because there's under the guys, like, okay, well, it falls in the criteria and this and that. But T.O. can be bought. And if you talking about a Jay Prince fighter, I don't, like, for right now, I got a rule. I'm not trusting no opposition against a Jay Prince fighter.
I'm just saying, bro.
But just think about it. Just think about it, because Nair Albright, I did the research. I was going to do a video and I'll come right back on it. But I said, man, you niggas got enough money to wipe me off the map. And I got a wife, I got kids. These niggas can wipe me off the map. But I said, listen, you can't tell me that Nair Albright and Teofimo Lopez didn't just pull off the same shit. Because I looked at the stats. You can't argue me with about the numbers. You can't argue me about the jabs, the power punches, the output. It's the same shit I saw when my nigga Jermell Charlo went up there against Canelo. It wasn't going to be about your defensive prowess, nigga. It was going to be about your ability to put out your offense. And their offense dropped tremendously. Like, somebody had a conversation like, nigga, keep your hands in your pockets. Like, yeah, you can win. The same conversation that they had with Killer Plant, like the Mexican Mafia had with Killer Plant when he was mysteriously, when he got hit in the 11th round and he went down, he got up and he started looking all funny and his offense wasn't what it was. Yeah, same conversation. Like, yeah, you can win this fight, but if I was you on some birdie from above the rim, I wouldn't win this fight if I was you. You know what I'm saying? Because I look at Nair Albright output, and I look at Teofimo output, and I say, hold on, what's the common denominator? Oh, the ops of Jay Prince fighters. So the only thing that would pretty much knock my shit in stone and what I got going on, which I don't think is relevant, is if Joe Cordina going against the young Abdullah Mason and he put his hands in the pocket. Only thing is he's a foreigner, and I don't think that should apply to them. So Joe Cordina gonna do what he do, but like, you can't tell me definitively that Nair Albright, based on the numbers. I had the episode, because think about it, AC, we were supposed to do a couple episodes. I already had the episode. I already had the facts already lined up where I got the numbers to where it's like, you can't tell me that Nair Albright, you can't tell me that what he did against Keyshawn was uncharacteristic. Why? I got the numbers. I got the numbers from the first fight. I got the numbers from every fight between their first fight up until this most recent fight, where the numbers don't line up, bro. You didn't even put out the output that you normally put out. You can't tell me that Keyshawn been that much better. No, somebody told your ass to put your hands in your pockets, and you can win this fight, but I wouldn't win this fight if I was you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And the same thing goes with Tio. So y'all, all the Shakur fans, they been all high and mighty, but it's like, no, I'm a Tio fan. Like outside of that racist shit, I said no, I can't be a fan because of the racist shit. But I'm really a Tio fan, and you can't tell me that the output that he put against Shakur is what he would normally do. Because even against Steve Clavitt, even against Jermaine Ortiz, even against Lomachenko, even against anybody else, Teofimo is offensive. He's not defensive. So I know that his output is going to be his output. And somebody told Nair Albright and Teofimo Lopez to keep your motherfucking hands in your pocket.
Yep, because Tio was adamant in saying when the fight was still just rumored, he was like, yeah, I got the tools to beat Shakur. Shakur already know what time it is. Because once you get past his jab, there's nothing else. As you get closer to the fight, he's saying that. You get in the ring, now you got all of this clown stuff. After, yeah, I've been to your house before. Yeah, you know what time it is. Right after that statement, Teofimo Lopez was different.
And his father wasn't there. It's like, and then his father come out and say, man, you gonna hate yourself in the morning. Remember he was in there, he was like, his father was like, man, you gonna hate yourself in the morning. Like, because his father told him, like, nigga, who are you? Like, what up? Like, you my son, nigga. Like, I know. It's like me looking at my son. My son is an inch shorter than me. And I'm looking at my son saying, nigga, you came from my nuts, nigga. I know what you built from. Like, I know what you capable of. Like, who are you? That's what his father told him. He said, you gonna hate yourself in the morning, bro. He told him that.
Yeah.
And now Tio came out and was like, yeah. He pretty much came out. He pulled the Kovalev. That same shit that when Canelo fought Kovalev, when Kovalev came out and said, yeah, I threw that shit. Tio came on and said the same thing, but nobody want to admit that. Nobody want to get rid of it. Like, oh, man, he just a sore loser. It's like, no. Kovalev did the same thing and said he threw that fight. And even though Caleb Plant didn't come out and say he threw it, Caleb Plant threw that fight, bro. That was the 11th round. He was outboxing the shit out of Canelo, and then all of a sudden he get hit. Whenever you see Canelo, when have you ever seen Caleb Plant go down and get up and do all that stumbling shit and how he stumbled across the ring? I said, man, this shit is like Cirque du Soleil, man.
Man, that nigga threw that fight like Darryl Strawberry throwing the strike, man. That shit was fast. And it was like, woof. If you didn't see it, you don't really recall it. It ain't happened. So for me, when I look at, you know, these fighters that are doing this type of stuff, then it tells me again who is the product and who is the real fighter. It just lets me know, okay, if you need shit like that for your legacy and all of this other stuff, then you're the entertainment section. You know what I'm saying? You're not the main event. You know, and right now it's like you're trying to tell me that reality TV is the main event when reality TV doesn't have shit to do with reality. Because you're not gonna go in a fucking restaurant, start a big fight where you're throwing shit and breaking shit up, and they just put you in the van and then have you monologue some shit. Like, that's not how life goes. Your ass will go to jail. You will be paying fines. You will be in court. You know what I'm saying? So the reality of it is this. Teofimo Lopez, Hitchens, Schofield, Usyk Lima, you know, what's the other, Lubin, all of these guys are coming in and they're told to make the fight, in meaning that we want you to sell this shit, and once it's sold, we're then going to give you part 2 of the instructions. You know, and part 2 of the instructions is you can go out and win the fight, but if you win, it's not going to do anything positive for your career. But if you go out and lose the fight, you know, you'll get the moral victory and we can build something upon that. If I'm a young fighter and I really don't understand what that means or understand the true ramification, or if it just dawns on me right then, it's like, okay, you're asking me to take a dive, so I get the moral victory over just being in the ring with him, but my stuff happens after the fact. Okay, look at Patty. Patty goes in there. You choose Patty out of all the people that you could have fought. You feel what I'm saying? And Patty goes in there, gets dropped I don't know how many times by body shots. Patty says, I was never hurt. It's just I was never in shape, in boxing shape, to take the body shot. And he goes out there, his very next fight, he gets a stoppage. So you kind of got to look at things and say, okay, Teofimo Lopez, you did this, now you got that. Floyd Schofield, you get the nod that you're sick, and you know the boxing bureau comes in, they take everything away, and then what do you get? You get to go in there and you land the fight with Tevin Farmer, and you stop Tevin Farmer. So far we have two instances, at least with Shakur, to where his fights looked a little bit different, or you just went away from those fights, and then these guys came back and they got stoppages. So to a certain degree, it makes sense. Go ahead.
Yo, Trini BX, bro. You might have just connected some motherfucking dots, bro. Yo, remember? Okay, so Regis and what was his name? Regis and what's that guy he fought? Zorilla. Regis and Zorilla had set a CompuBox low. Right? They set a CompuBox low. 2 weeks went by. Devin, I think. Yeah, hold on. Regis and Zorilla set a CompuBox low for punches thrown, punches landed, somewhere around there. I gotta go back and do the research, but I got a video in real time outlining it the way I always do, like landed down flat. But it goes back to why. See, everyone my guys are offensive guys. Like, yeah, we respect the, like, it's just like me personally. Like me, I'm not gonna bank on me missing some shit that you throwing, like, yeah, AC, me and you, we going at it. You my brother. But let's just say, we would never do this, but let's just say hypothetically. You coming at me. I'm not gonna risk the fact that I'm gonna be able to dodge and weave and slip and dip and roll. Like, no. Like, my MO is that, no, I'm gonna spark this nigga. Like, I don't give a fuck what he got coming on. If he hit me, he hit me. But I know that once I land my shit and I get my shit off, I'm fucking this nigga up. Brother, cousin, sister, brother, I don't give a fuck. My shit is offensive. But Trini BX, oh man, Trini BX, man. Boy, you got me thinking, boy. Because when I think about that De Los Santos and how, see, De Los Santos was already in my boxes to watch. And if you manage to my boxes to watch, that means you got some artillery. That means you got some hot shit in your midst. So for after the Regis shit to happen with Zorilla, for y'all to come back and, you know what I'm saying, y'all pretty much, y'all beat that record with Regis and Zorilla like 3 weeks later, to where your offensive output wasn't as normal as your offensive output. See, I stopped back at the Teofimo and his offensive output and how that was abnormal. And this is not just some hate on Shakur, because I said the same thing about Jamel versus Canelo, how his offensive output wasn't his offensive output, and how Caleb Plant did some uncharacteristic shit when he got hit after winning 11 rounds. He was winning the majority of them rounds. After 11 rounds, how he fell down and he got up and he stumbled and he tripped all up against the ropes. That shit looked like some old acting to me. I was like, hold on, man. This nigga had Canelo dead to rights, boxing the shit out of him beautifully. And the Mexican Mafia, I guess some had registered with the Mexican Mafia, where the Mexican Mafia said, yeah, you can win this fight, but I wouldn't win this fight. So now I'm thinking about T.O., and I'm like, yeah, they Princeton them like, yeah, I went to the crib, it was like, yeah, you can win this fight, but I wasn't win this fight. But then Trinity BX said something that made me go back to De Los Santos. And even though De Los Santos had went to the body more and he didn't get attributed to going to Shakur Stevenson's body more, his offensive output was not the same. Knowing that when you're dealing with a defensive juggernaut, you got to be more offensive. So why would your offense decrease? Like, if you're dealing with somebody that's known to be a Teflon Don, doesn't that mean you got to crank it up a notch? Not crank it down a notch. So I'm like, and then when you think about it, when Keyshawn Davis picked De Los Santos and they missed weight, what was the rumor right after that? That Jay Prince was trying to sign goddamn De Los Santos. Woohoo! So would your offense go down a little bit? Knowing that if you win this fight, you might lose in life. God damn. You know, especially when you're dealing with an offensive fighter, and most of my guys are offensive. Like, yeah, we got some deep, like Tank. He people don't give him credit for his defense, but like, man, I'm not gonna base my shit like in any fight, like me in life. I'm not gonna base anything on me being able to miss the shot that you shoot, or me able to dip and roll and get behind this corner and go drive off and do this. No. My ability is admit the fact that, hey, I'm more accurate than you. I'm going to be able to get my shit. I'm going to hit you before you hit me. Then I'm going to have to play a little bit of defense, but I'm going to hit you before you hit me. I'm not going to base my shit on me being able to evade you. I don't know how good you are. I don't know how accurate you are. I'm not going to be trying to dip and dodge and slip and roll. No, my shit is going to be the fact that, hey, you're not going to be able to deal with the shit that I got coming for you. And that's how I've always been in life.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying what I was saying as far as like, bro, listen, if we just look at certain things, we can see these commonalities and we can point these commonalities out. That's why I brought up all of those different fighters that all have, had some sort of opportunity, but it seemed as though they may have gotten a tap on their shoulder. Someone may have, came and seen them, minutes or seconds before, their ring walk and stuff like that, which ultimately changed the dynamic of how they approach the fight. You know what I'm saying? And with that being said, it constantly makes me look at boxing and says, all right, as a product, and that product is like, okay, you're a boxer, they want to sell you, they want to put you in all of these different homes, make you a household name. So you're the boxer, and I have to look at you now like the George Foreman grill. And some people say, well, I had two of them. I brought one and then, brought it back when it broke. So if you got two or more, then you can say these two George Foreman grills I got are basically Keyshawn and Shakur. My third one that I keep over and, on the camper and stuff like that, that one I can call Devin Haney or Boots or whoever else is moving in these manners. Now, sometimes, even though we're looking at products, they may do something that says, you know what? That's a pretty decent fight. Well, sometimes you got to put the product against its competition rival. Mercedes versus BMW, Ferrari versus, Lamborghini. You feel what I'm saying? Porsche versus Audi. It just
Yeah,
happens in business. You gotta sometimes,
but
when all else is said and done and the commodity has reached its sales ceiling, to break that ceiling, you now have to manufacture the competition. And guess what sometimes happens? They're both the same engine, but two different cars. The manufacturer wins on both sides because to you, you don't make the connection that they both hold the same engine. That is Jay Prince with having Abdullah Mason, having Keyshawn Davis, and Shakur Stevenson under the same roof. That's me. I got three of the luxury cars under my roof. But guess what? Because I gave each one a different name, two of them definitely have the same engine. The third one is a proprietary engine that we're looking to acquire. And when you look at that type of business model and that type of business approach, then you understand the game that's being played is you're pitting us against two dudes that are on the same, under the same company, under the same this and that. And guess what? It's a win-win for everybody because
exactly.
there is no real obligation to actually get them two in the ring when they can keep calling out everybody else and every once in a while have a pasta festival.
Exactly. So to reiterate things, I want everybody to think about this. Now I could be, because I have went down into a bunch of rabbit holes. I have been pigeonholed into being a conspiracy theorist. But just hear me out. Just hear me out 1 second. Like everybody that's hearing the sound of my voice, just hear me out. Because think about this. De Los Santos fought Shakur. They had an abnormally low output. They actually beat a record that was 3 weeks before them with Regis and Zarilla, which is an abnormally. They call it abnormally or whatever.
Anomaly, yeah.
Anomaly or whatever. So they had an anomaly, right? So when Shakur and them happened, that was an anomaly, right? And as a skilled boxer, when the person that's opposite of you, pretty much, if you are an IQ fighter or whatever, when a weapon is down. If you can't shoot from the left, it's always coming from the right. That after a certain point in time, like, hold on, man, he's not throwing the left. Oh, let me check this out. Let me do this. So after the Zarilla and Regis thing, they set a record for abnormally low output. Think about it. Shakur is a Jay Prince fighter. So right after that, right, we didn't hear from De Los Santos. So the next time we hear from De Los Santos is when who? Keyshawn picks De Los Santos. Keyshawn is a Jay Prince fighter. And I'm like, hold on. Did y'all have a conversation? Did y'all sit down? Or okay? Because a lot of people were clamoring for a rerun of the, just like, Roach and Tank, or Roach and Roach and Tank and Pitbull. People were clamoring for a rematch, right? So people were clamoring for. They even shitted on Tank when he was like, "Hey, go ahead if you want this, go ahead and fight." Blah blah blah. Even after that, he said, "Hey." They talked about it, whatever, and Shakur said he wanted a marked-off fight, whatever. That's when I said it's kind of ironic because when Tank said, "All right, we'll fight De Los Santos, then you can get me," all Shakurian fans was like, "Oh man, fuck that, Tank ducking, blah blah blah." Okay, so when Tank came off and said, "I want a one-off," and Shakur was like, "Oh no, I want a marked-off fight," I'm like, oh, "Okay, well you can't have it both ways." So you got that shit off the first time, but you ain't get it off the second time. But when I revisit the fact that Keyshawn picked De La Santo, and then Keyshawn did some moves to where it's like, okay, well, you could have drained yourself or tried to show that you made weight, but when Samson felt your back wasn't moist, so you figured that, oh, you was just gonna try to weight bully this man. He was like, nah. So he gave De Los Santos the money to run off. But then when I look at what happened with Keyshawn and Naia Albright, and Naia Albright offensive output was abnormally low. I'm thinking like a detective. I'm like, hold on, man. These guys know that they're not Shakorians. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't born with the innate ability to be able to like be the definition of hit and not get hit, where you reach IT, oh, I'm gonna get out of the way, I'm gonna be able to avoid, dip, slip, slide, roll, pivot. No, that's not their MO. But once the Keyshawn Davis and the De Los Santos fight didn't go down, the first name I heard in the hat trying to secure a fighter was Jay Prince, trying to get De Los Santos to join the team. It's public record. Don't take my word for it, but like, I thought that was odd. And then when you see Shakur Stevenson versus Teofimo Lopez, yeah, I went, yeah, you was at my house, Jay. Like, yeah, okay, cool. So act like you know. And then his father wasn't there, and then we go out there and we see Teofimo Lopez not put out the offensive output that he's accustomed to putting out. Because I'm not gonna lie, I was a Teofimo Lopez fan. I can't get with the racism shit, but I used to like Teofimo Lopez. It just is what it is. I don't agree with everything Jamel Charlo said, but I was a Jamel Charlo fan through and through. He's still my top 3. I'm just connecting the dots, and I'm just saying, man, if conspiracy theories was a thing, I would say anybody that has a fighter, other than the guys like, because I always say this, Keyshawn Davis, Shakur Stevenson, and Abdullah Mason, they all under Jay Prince. The only one that I wholeheartedly agree with and was to buy and support and do whatever to push the goalposts and wave the pom-poms for is Abdullah Mason. Why? Because he's moving the way he need to move. These other two, you read between the lines and what I'm saying. It's just kind of odd that the offensive outputs and these dots I've connected, they connected, if you know what I mean. That's all I'm saying.
For me, I just want to address the goofy comment in the comment section. You know, it's like everyone can have pride for their country, for their fighters. Even if you're a Mexican and you live in America, you can still, you know, have pride for all Mexican fighters. If you're Puerto Rican, you can have pride for all Puerto Rican fighters. It's just that at times when you put a group of, you know, African-American guys to support African-American fighters, and we're using a term that's been around since these things were introduced, not by us, but by the media. When you talk about Rocky Marciano, when you talk about Jake LaMotta, these guys were considered the great white hype when it came down to those black fighters who were in Black Murderers Row, when it came down to these guys facing Jack Johnson. There's a video of, I think it was of Rocky Marciano talking about fighting a young Cassius Clay or Muhammad Ali. You feel what I'm saying? So when we talk about a great white height, that is something that was real within the sport of boxing, and that's something that sporting magazines and even boxing magazines, the Ring magazine, this is things that they were hoping on because there were black fighters who were just dominating the sport. When you talk about Max Schmeling, the German fighter who was fighting at the time of fighting Hitler, you feel what I'm saying? Who was supported by Hitler as far as being one of somebody that Hitler said Max Schmeling was part of the master race. See, the thing is, when you don't know shit about history, it's easy to come up and just accuse somebody of something. But the problem is that when you bring up history, and history can't be taught in an emotional manner, it's taught in a factual manner. So with that being said, I see what it is that you're doing. You want attention, and now you've got that attention. Now that attention that you garnered, now you're getting a history lesson. So what do? You then start to try to make accusations that actually mean nothing. You bring nothing to the sport of boxing. You're just out here to say the most egregious, dumb shit because you don't like the fact that boxing is not the type of thing that's just limited to one race in one country. Boxing is a world sport. You got indigenous people who love boxing, every Latino country loves boxing, every European country loves boxing. You got countries where they're at fucking war right now with Ukraine and Russia. But guess what? We just saw a boxer, the Ukrainian champion, who spoke on that same issue. But we're being racist, but yet a racist could never talk about what Alexander Usyk said and what he did after his win. People may not agree with the stoppage. People may not agree with the card itself, but at the end of the day, that helped out Alexander Usyk. He did something great for his country to constantly put that spotlight on it. And this is what the history of boxing has always done. Muhammad Ali did it in the past when he refused to go to the Vietnam War. And he went to jail and lost his titles over it. So at the end of the day, my guy, you're just being a clown. And at the end of the day, bro, if the comments was something that people could see and was always there, as long as this video would stand in reality, in real time, people would see that, yeah, these guys were talking about positive things in boxing, and you came up here and you just showed your true level of ignorance. And anybody who watching this live or watching a playback, they're gonna hear me address you, Vanguard 888, whatever your number is. It's completely irrelevant for me. So the point I'm saying is I don't want to give you the light of mentioning your name and giving you that opportunity. But at the end of the day, bro, take that dumb shit that you're talking over to another channel. Over here, we're just fans of the sport. We're not fans of racism bullshit. We're not fans of none of that. And at the end of the day, if a person like you was standing in front of my face, I would just tell you to shut the fuck up and keep it moving. Because I am multiracial. I'm Native American, Irish, and Black. I identify as Native American because that's where I spent the most of my time growing up on a reservation. So at the end of the day, bro, there's somebody who's multiracial up here who's telling your dumb ass to shut the fuck up and keep it moving. It's just that simple, homie.
Yeah,
I'm good.
I wouldn't even waste no energy on him, man. Because
yeah, for sure.
Clearly, he just came in, he saw the title, he was triggered. You know what I'm saying? So he in his feels.
Well, the title did its job then, because the title is supposed to cause a reaction, which makes you click onto it. So guess what? You clicking onto it added to the views, actually helped the algorithm. Thank you. That's why I'm not going in on you, because you're actually helping us out. Good work.
Yeah.
Right? Good work.
And when you report stuff and when you do fallacious, you know what I'm saying, like non-legitimate reports, they're just whatever channel you got, you just gonna have to make a new one, because they're gonna find that what we said in the context of what we said, especially with me being you know, me, I'm like Indian. My mother was considered black, but I know she was Indian and I'm black. So, you know, I know like by nature she was Indian and I'm black, you know, so what can you say? We just speaking of facts. The fact that the media has propagated and they've always been inclined to promote people that didn't look like the people that look like me and AC. They've been inclined to promote those guys above others, and the fact that a kickboxer beat the shit out of Usyk in 9 rounds and then got some obscure stoppage, you know, at the end of a round where I went to go use the bathroom and my lady was like, yeah, it's over or whatever. I'm like, what? What you mean? Like, yeah, they said it was over. You know what I'm saying? They was getting ready to call it whatever. I was like, how? And I'm like, he didn't drop him. He wasn't able to account for himself, whatever. And it was the end of the round. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just you don't like the truth, brother. So this is something that you got to deal with inside yourself, Vanguard. It has nothing to do with us.
Someone
But
got trigger and say it's gonna report and whatever. The hell out of here. Shit.
But how everything been going with you, man? I ain't heard from you in a minute, man. You been
I was
alright?
listening to you. Yeah, I've been listening to you.
No, I'm saying as far as like life goes, like you've been, you know,
Yeah,
I know it's your
yeah.
season. And shit, it's been getting
Yeah,
warm
bro.
and all that.
This weekend I'm laying up. Like, yeah, I've been working, doing a lot of freaking yard works and stuff in these big ass mansions and stuff. I was talking, I talk to everybody. I don't give a damn. They're cool as hell, the owners and whatever. So I was
Yeah.
talking to him and say, yo, no, because we have to and the mulching. The guys was gonna come and do the mulching the next time. So I was talking to him because the other guys are from Ecuador and whatever, the one who are putting the mulch. So I was telling him, and he was saying, no, and why the guys pull off so much mulch. And I was explaining to him this season, whatever. I say, oh, I do it like every 3 times in my other place. And I say, yeah, but maybe because it's smaller. I say, nah, the other one is bigger, bro. And I'm telling you, I'm in a beach house, fucking huge. The freaking yard is huge. And he told me that the other one that he lived, the yard is 3 times bigger than that one. I'm like, what, motherfucker? And yeah, he was it's over here. They got golf course and stuff. The beach vacation house. So, but yeah, been good. A lot of work, but it's cool. I love this shit. Like this,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, whatever. But
But you
yeah,
love what you do, right, Melazar?
yeah. And I go different houses, meet different people, do my job. Then people get happy. Sometimes they tip me. Whatever. It is what it is. It's good shit.
Yeah. I know you've been on, you know, I'm always considering, because I know your seasons now, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You've been kicking it for a while, so I'm just glad that, you know, because it's something like when you love what you like. I kind of like, see, I'm a driver. You know, I've always been a driver. I always know I could have done so many things. I'm glad I didn't get caught up in some of the things I used to do and graduate in some of the things that I used to do. But I'm always a driver. So when I'm behind the wheel and I gotta roll and move and go from A to B and B to C and C to D and D to E and then get back home with no problems, I'm happy. You know what I'm saying? Like when you know what
I
you're supposed
prefer.
to do.
That's why I like big properties and stuff like that. I like to compare to have big properties that I can take me a while, 1 or 2, because I hate that freaking driving shit. Going property and like doing like 6, 7 properties, small properties in one day. Like
Yeah.
you're doing smaller property, but you have to be driving all over and unloading, unloading. Fuck that shit. I hate driving. I love when
But
I have somebody with me and they want to drive. Like, hell yeah, motherfucker, you can
yeah,
drive. I don't care. Big ass
but hey,
truck,
you be doing the ride lawnmowers?
all kind of shit, all kind of freaking big ass truck. The other day I was driving a dump truck, a 650, some big ass shit. Like, bro, these people got big trucks. Like the smallest one is like a 350. Those are the smallest truck they got. Like, bro,
Okay.
huge shit. Like, that's what I do because they don't break like normal cars, you know. And more when you're pulling equipment, you drive trucks, so you know that shit like take a
Yeah.
minute to break. And some
Yeah.
people they jump in front of you, and you're
Yeah.
downhill or some shit like or doing bro. I hate that.
I always
Motherfucker, they
joke
want to run
around.
you over.
Yeah, I always joke around. I say, man, because me, I be driving a van. Like right now, I'm driving. I be driving. I say I got my Class
Oh, I
A,
love
but
the
I be
van.
driving a Sprinter van.
Oh,
And I always joke around and say, yeah, you could be wanting to get paid and get checked because people do drive crazy when you driving a bigger vehicle. They'll jump out and move up because they think they get paid. I'm like, yeah, you can get paid, but it's different when you getting paid when you got to go up and collect your check with a chicken wing. You know how people be having that chicken wing arm? It's like, yeah, I want to get paid, but I don't want to get paid with a chicken wing. So, you know, but you gotta drive when you're driving bigger vehicles, man. You gotta drive for yourself and everybody else.
yeah, bro.
So, but yeah, I know. I'm just glad you be staying in touch, man, because you
Yeah,
pivotal to the channel. But I know your seasons or whatever, so I'm just glad you thriving, man.
no, it's good. You know, it's it's awesome. I don't know. But you know, always keeping in watching, keeping with the channel, keeping with boxing. I listen to you guys. Sometimes I'm too tired, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, well,
Of course,
I'm
yeah.
like,
Like this week, man. Look, this week I had this last weekend. You know, the weekend. You know, prior, I was on call. So and it's always like when the biggest fights come on, I be on call. But like it's like I was pretty much going 2 weeks. I went damn near 2 weeks nonstop, and I also been on my workout kick, so I done lost a lot of weight. You know what I'm saying? I'm like lean. I'm feeling like I normally feel, and I was running on fumes. That's why with this weekend being a 3-day weekend, I'm just like I needed this. You know what I'm saying? I needed to be able to relax and just get, recharge my batteries, man, because I've been between work and then working out, man, I've been zapped. You know what I'm saying? So,
and now and the season now was harder because it's before Memorial Day. Like you want almost every property be done because that's the day they come. This weekend is where they show up. They come from Virginia, the Florida, all those southern states. They come up here. It's Connecticut. So all these rich motherfuckers come now is when and they live in Memorial. No, they come in Memorial Day. They live in Labor Day. Labor Day is when they start
yeah,
living that. So that's kind of the hard work season, the peak of the peak. Then after that is more chill because they're not there. So but now you're in a hurry because you want to have all the house done before they show up. Like that's what the boss was like. Hey, you can help this guy. Hey, you can go with this. Yeah. I go with this one. I go with that. Yes, I get the job done. I give a fuck. They pay me to work. I don't rush nothing. I take my, but I'm steady. You feel me? When I start doing stuff, I stay steady. I don't like to fucking, but I don't like to rush like working like in a hurry. Like fuck that. I'm not even. They're paying me the hour, but at the 8 hours, I want to be done. I don't
yeah,
want to be done before or after. I want to be done
yeah.
exactly. Like when I clock out, fucking the 8 hours that day. That's it. I don't like to clock out early or later. Fuck that.
That's how I am. That's
Body
how I
real,
am.
Real quick, did you read Trini BX's chat? His
What
super-
you say? What you say? Trinities
Yeah,
from a minute ago.
yeah. He just sent you. I don't know how long ago it was, but I seen it. He sent you a super chat.
Holy damn.
Yeah, I put it up there.
Oh,
I
okay.
think I put it up there, but I don't know. Yeah. Salute body work. Yeah, I put it up there, man. Yeah, I've been engaging with Trini, man. I appreciate you, Trini, man. Whenever you come through, man, the channel definitely appreciate you for that, man. Yeah, but I acknowledge it. I put it up on the screen.
Oh, okay.
You know the fight I really want to watch? Dubois versus Fran Sanchez. After Fran Sanchez night, I want to see him with Dubois. Because Dubois is
Yeah.
a coming forward fighter, right? And Sanchez like to walk back, study his opponent, and then
Frank. Yo, I wrote after I saw Frank Sanchez because I didn't see the weigh-ins or anything. That dude looked impressive to me. He looked like a straight gorilla.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he had the neck and the shoulder muscles. I was like,
Man,
that ain't the Frank
that's what I was
Sanchez
telling
that
my
I know.
lady. I said he the Sasquatch, man. I was calling him the Sasquatch, man.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, the nigga got rid of the brace and everything. If I would have
Yeah.
seen weigh-ins, I probably would have changed my joint to say, bro, I got Frank Sanchez to win, but I think he might get the stoppage. You feel what I'm saying? But like I've always felt, Frank Sanchez has always been one of my favorite heavyweights. You feel what I'm saying? He's on the smaller side, highly technical, extremely accurate. The thing is, it's something that happened to his knee, and that knee injury affected his performance against Caballero and what's the African F.A. Ajagba. You feel what I'm saying? Although he beat F.A., it wasn't an impressive win. Like, people had serious questions and stuff like that. So that kind of made him take a step back. And when I did tweet to Bodywork when he asked me who I got, I was like, look, I'm rocking with Frank. If he got off that knee brace thing, I got him to win. Easy fight for him. Because I'm like, okay, you're a good Olympian, but Frank Sanchez is a great amateur fighter. You feel what I'm saying? And Torres, you're still fighting to a certain degree like an amateur. You bring that amateur style in the ring with Frank Sanchez, he's gonna beat the shit out you. As long as he ain't got on that weird ass knee and it's not fucking up his movement. Where I was afraid of it was that herky jerky that way Richard Torres fights, and he'll throw like those crazy hooks that come low and come over guys' punches and shit like that. Once he breaks the sweat and gets in a rhythm, those were the punches that I was more concerned with Frank Sanchez, to where I was like, if he's got on that brace and he can't move properly, one of them fucking Richard Torres crazy bolo type punches is gonna smack him, and I don't know how he responds to that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why I wrote it the way I wrote it. But when I saw the way he looked, I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
I wish I might have had a different.
Took that shirt off. When he walked inside that ring and took that shirt off, that I see all those muscles, all that, he looked way different from his previous fight.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, when he ain't had that knee brace, I was convinced, because I always said, like, I had an episode where I was saying, just like I was saying Dubois with the dark horse, I was saying this is the Sasquatch. This is the nigga that everybody is fearing, because I was like, yeah, he's the guy that's under the radar that nobody talk about, blah, blah, blah. But when he came out there with that knee brace against Caballero, that was the problem. So when I saw him without that knee brace, he was bricked up, I said, oh, yeah. And then in the first round, I said, I told my lady, That's why I say, man, I gotta start recording myself when I'm in there. When we in there watching, I said, man, he looking for that right uppercut, and my lady thought I was crazy. And when he hit that nigga with that shit, I jumped up. I was so loud. She like, I think everybody in the neighborhood know who you had and how you had it going down. Cause I said, I told you. I said, that's why I be telling you, man. I be seeing this boxing shit. I be seeing that shit for everybody else, because it was in the first round. I think it was like in the first minute and 20 seconds. I was like, oh, he looking for that right uppercut. And I'm telling in the third round, wow. You know what I'm saying? So
Torres got connected with this. A lot of boxers had clipped him with good punches and he assimilated. But this one, bro, was just one because previous in the second round, Sanchez already hit him with couple hooks over here and there, overhands and whatever, was cutting him, but nothing like too crazy. This one was just one right there when he was under
Taylor made for him stylistically. Richard Torres is stylistically perfect for Frank Sanchez to knock the fuck out, because you haven't made that adjustment into the professional realm. Frank Sanchez, in my opinion, although I'm a huge fan of him, he still has, within this fight, this is the first fight that I've seen him completely let go of those amateur boxing ways, which sometimes with Cuban fighters is their biggest Achilles heel because they spent so long in the amateurs. They'll still come to the pro level with an amateur style, and some of them can get past it and automatically make that transition. Frank Sanchez was like, all right, that's my biggest issue with you. As long as you can get out of that, I think you can have a title run. And this was the first fight that I actually seen him not go that route, but use that experience. In a Caballero fight, when he got in trouble because of probably the knee brace and stuff like that, he went back to that because that's what he knows. That's his muscle memory. You feel what I'm saying?
10-round fight, right? Caballero was 10-round fight.
Yeah.
But the thing, this is the picture perfect example of like hard work versus talent. Like, because like I've noticed it with Torres. Like, if you got a high motor, like Torres, he has a high motor, high work ethic. Like, it's like, you got people on the job to where it's like, oh man, like they gonna work like, no tomorrow. But then you got people that's like gifted, like where they got talent to where it's like a skill. This was the perfect example of that, to where Torres has been making a purpose of being able to outwork and just willing himself to win. But when somebody has more talent and they can time you and do things like that, it's just a matter of time. So that's how I knew. I was like, man, as soon as I see he ain't had that knee brace on, I was good. So
yeah,
first leg of my parlay, I was good. I'm like, man, I'm straight. And then when Gilsov lost, that's when I blew my parlay.
Because for me it was weird that he was that Torres was walking Sanchez back. Like, I'm like, bro, you're bigger, you're stronger. Just go forward.
But Sanchez is the better counterpuncher.
But that's the thing. See, that's the preference in judging. See, because sometimes that shit don't mean nothing. Like, if I'm a back foot fighter and I'm letting you come forward, I'm just waiting to see what you do, whatever, and I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting to catch you. I'm just waiting to catch you. So you can't always judge a fight based on who's pressing who. Yeah. Like, even if you're bigger and you're pressing, because Tank do that a lot. That's what I know is with Tank. Tank, you can do that with him. Like, he'll be on the back foot like what he did with Rolly. Rolly was pressing and pressing. It's like, oh, when Rolly dominate, it's like, no, if you know what you're looking at, he ain't really dominating. But like, when he catch you, it's a wrap. Because that's what I was trying to tell. I was sitting there thinking like, man, Torres fighting the wrong game plan, man. It's like, especially when he not connecting early.
Yeah.
See, Catterall with Gilsov, he kind of connected early. Gilsov caught him, but Catterall caught him early, so it's like he had to respect it. But it's like when you moving forward, you ain't really doing no damage, and it's like, yeah, you working and you making it look good. That might not always be good because somebody might be
One
clocking you,
mistake.
timing.
One
For me,
mistake. He
um,
lowered to he lowered and put that head outside, and he was caught. One mistake, one punch, you're out.
for
And he
me,
tried to get
yeah.
up, bro. That punch was so strong. You saw that he tried to get up and he
Yeah,
fell again, and they had to put
yeah,
him on the floor.
He fell twice. That
yeah.
Oh,
like
He
he
got
fell,
up and then
literally
fell
fell
down.
3 times.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But for me, the way I assessed it, the way I assessed a lot of what I saw in that fight was basically this. Again, for me, Frank Sanchez, when he's on his front foot, he can easily go back into that Cuban amateur style of fighting. You feel what I'm saying? To where he looked like he completely transitioned out of it is the mere fact that you chose to fight on your back foot, much like in the Morataya and Andy Cruz fight. Cruz chose to fight on the back foot, which didn't have him looking like he was heavily invested in that Cuban amateur style. But then he came out and then he would just dart in, get his combinations off, and then go back on the back foot, which seemed to be like a smart game plan. But it just wasn't effective because Bozy didn't tell him what to do when it was time to make adjustments, when Raymond Morataya and his side figured out what he was doing. You feel what I'm saying? And that was the part on Bozy's corner. You feel me? And then it just came down to them, well, you got to do this and you got to do that. And it's like, bro, I haven't been with you that long. So you telling me shit. I'm not your son. I'm not Jaron. I'm me. You feel what I'm saying? So in that fight, I think it was smarter for him to stay on the back foot because Richard Torres is going to come forward. And the two of you coming forward, you give Richard Torres the opportunity to throw that blind, Marciano type overhead shot that could catch you on the temple, near your ear, that equilibrium shot that could fuck you up. You feel what I'm saying? And we don't want to see you on a stinky leg and you fuck up your knee again. So for me, the game plan was smart. Use your counter punching. In the very first round, he caught him with a decent shot a little before the bell ended. Torres tried to come in and he just came right over the top. Boom! Caught him with a nice stiff one that made Torres back up. You feel what I'm saying? So going into the second round, he just used that same momentum and those same tricks and said, listen, this motherfucker gonna be right here. I don't have to do the work. He gonna come to me. So all I gotta do is just catch him, let him walk right into it. And that's what he did. He hit him with the uppercut, then they switched position. Then he lobbed out the jab. Torres tried to go under and he just shot that short hook. Boom! That his head was right there.
Oh, right there.
It was right there.
He saw it.
Yeah, he saw it. And he was like, oh, this is what this motherfucker gonna do? Okay. Here, take that one. Take the uppercut. The uppercut is the first in this sequence. Uppercut catches you. You're gonna do something to come back because that's your nature. That's your tell. Now, when you come back, I'm gonna throw out this jab. I know you're gonna try to lean over because I seen you lean over and boom! He didn't even throw the punch hard.
Yeah, he ain't even putting that muscle in. But let me address Sean East. Great white hype, question mark. He beat all you niggas. Nigga, you need to go back to the 6th grade. Learn how to formulate a goddamn sentence. And yes, I do claim that Usyk is the great white hype. If you go back to the beginning of the video, when I do what I normally do when I explain the basis for the whole conversation of the channel, is that I always felt as though there were always people that were more talented than the guys that tend to get talked about. but because of social media, the power that be, the people that write the checks, and the agenda that they be writing, that they always overrated Usyk. Like, people been talking about how he's a GOAT, and how he's this, and how he's that. And I've always reasoned that if he was in the same era as Mike Tyson, Evander Holyfield, Buster Douglas, Lennox Lewis, he would have got his ass waxed. I stand on that. That's why I say the great white hype. Because the same way they never gave Deontay Wilder any credit, even though I had my criticisms for the era in which he was in. It wasn't the same as the era I just mentioned. They always shitted on him, but then when Tyson beat him, they gave him all the glory. That was the last great white hype. So it continued when he came over to Usyk. And we just saw how he got his ears boxed off by a kickboxer up until 9 rounds, and he had a BS call. So that's the explanation, even though you really didn't deserve one. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, Usyk, he's a heavyweight. I'm not a heavyweight. You know what I'm saying? I'll probably be.
You know what? After this,
I might be a middleweight. You know what I'm saying? I think physiologically, I'm probably like a middleweight. So I probably wouldn't be fighting in the same weight class as Usyk. So yeah, you probably should beat my ass because I'm really not a heavyweight. I'm not a cruiserweight. You know what I'm saying? So
I still believe in Benavidez can beat Usyk. You see, I am not forcing him to go to the heavyweights, but after I saw what he did with Zurdo Ramirez, and I saw Usyk before, I knew, and I still know that Benavidez can beat Usyk. Like, bro, they are like Usyk is like 1 inch taller, but Benavidez got more arms strength. So I see Benavidez, he can beat Usyk. Yeah, he can do it. In the 230 pounds, 220, yeah, he can do it. And he's gonna keep the speed, you know. And you see when you get close to Usyk, he don't know how to handle that. And you saw how Benavidez got those fast hands when he throw those like uppercuts and shit. Like he do those fast hand rapid hits. Like I can see Benavidez beating Usyk. I still can see that. Not like next year, maybe for next year. I'm not saying like it's the next fight to happen, but I can see him doing it.
See, my only thing is this. I don't want Usyk. I don't want Benavidez to do it because of the media pressuring him. Because they don't do this shit with like they were saying. Just think about Shakur. Think about Shakur and what he said. Shakur was like, because originally Shakur used to praise Benavidez. Like that's why I always said, man, you gotta take your hat off to Benavidez because I always said he's your favorite fighter's favorite fighter. Because everybody I've ever seen interview whatever, everybody talking about David Benavidez. So it wasn't until David Benavidez got into Ryan's ear and was like, man, nah, man, if he want to fight you, you know, tell him come up to 47 and you're not going down to 40. Like, that don't make no sense. So after that, Shakur got pissed off, you know, got his panties in a bunch and was talking about, well, tell David Benavidez to go up there with Usyk. I was like, man, listen, Benavidez, don't be, you know, influenced by these motherfuckers who don't want to really challenge themselves. They cherry picking. You moving how boxing need people to move. So I didn't want him to go up there just because everybody's like pressuring, just like everybody's saying he's ducking Jao Batai. I'm like, how? Like, how, Sway? Like, when you've been following along, it's like, it's clear as day who's ducking who and who want what. Because after it was already advertised that David Benavidez was going to fight Jao Batai after Zurdo. Zurdo made the weird move and did whatever he did. So I don't want him to go up there on the pressure of everybody else. I want him to go up there because he felt like he would want to do it. Like, so If Benavidez said, listen, I decided, shit, fuck it, I'm gonna go up there to heavyweight and see Usyk, I'll be on board. But don't do it just because everybody wants you to go above and beyond what they would normally do, because you can't even ask Shakur Stevenson to go to a full 147. He got to have a 144, even though he said he'd been bigger than T.O. for the last 2 years, and T.O. was already talking about going to welterweight. So you taller, longer, stronger, more accurate, better defense, better coach, and all that, and you still got an excuse why you can't go to welterweight and fight Devin. Like, don't do it because everybody else wants you to do it. But if David came out and said, "Hey, look, I feel like, look, this is what I'm about to go do. I'll be behind him." Don't do it because everybody else wants you to do it. It's a difference.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
you know what I'm saying? That's how I feel. And David has proven himself. David ain't really got nothing to prove. All David got to continue to do is just fight top competition in his weight class. As long as he make a fight, even if it's like he ain't fighting King Kong next and he just fighting somebody that's like a decent, that'll still be acceptable for what he's doing. Like, he's in a different class, in my opinion. I wouldn't even really be distracted by what they said. But what Trini BX said, I kind of like Andy Ruiz. I don't like the fact, I don't know about his conditioning and his inactivity, but I used to really want to see Andy Ruiz and Wilder. I said, man, that's speed versus power. I'm like, that's a science project to me. I'm like, I want to see that speed versus that power, because Andy Ruiz, he had, for his size and his stature, like how he built, man, Andy Ruiz got some fast ass hands, bro. And I used to want to see him against Wilder. I thought that would be a really interesting fight. I don't know what Andy Ruiz, it seemed like after he beat AJ, it kind of went to his head. He kind of stopped getting in shape. He was getting tattoos on his butt. I'm like, what kind of man get tattoos on his butt? It's not none of my business. But I always wanted to see Andy Ruiz. I always thought Andy Ruiz was skilled, like, with them hands. Like, he got some speed, and Andy Ruiz can box. So, I wanted to see him against Wilder.
Got over his head.
Huh?
That fame and that money got over his head, you know? That's why he got, like, eating and got, you know, like bro, he beat AJ, like, that was his biggest win, and then he got, wow. That shit happened too. But yeah, he was good.
Hey, I see McKenzie. I see that title, man. That got y'all butt hurt, man. Y'all are really butt hurt, man. About this great white hype. It's a great white hype. Like, if you saw, just listen to me. If you saw Great White Hype, right, and you just negated all his past performances or whatever, and you just look at the performance tonight, you're talking about people who they were saying this man was better than Muhammad Ali, better than Tyson, better than Lennox Lewis, better than Evander Holyfield, and they compared him to Evander Holyfield because he came from cruiserweight to heavyweight. Like, if you listen to all of that, then you looked at the fight tonight with Rico. Rico beat his ass for at least 9 rounds, to where I felt as though Usyk needed he needed 2 knockdowns after the 7th round just to win. Like, what is so hard, or why is it seeming so crazy for me to say he's a great white hype? Why? Because they were saying Tyson Fury was better than Ali and all this or whatever. It's like everybody always looking for this great white hype because they can get behind it and they'll support it. But they'll take and remove somebody like Tank off of the pound for pound and put somebody like Navarrete on there, and it's like these things that we say as far as who's the best heavyweight, who's pound for pound, like, it's not politically driven. They've been pushing Usyk like he's just the best thing since sliced bread, and it's like, how, Sway? How? Based on what? As a boxing fan, not no racist shit, because I always, if you miss it, I always explain how I used to be in the military. Well, all my compadres have been mixed ethnicities. like different backgrounds, different people, whatever. I get along with everybody. They were my brothers, white, Mexican, Puerto Rican. They were my brothers. We was all in the foxhole. It was always a mission. Like we didn't see color in the military and have a military background. So this is not like, oh, I'm racist, like saying great white hype. You just butt hurt because you didn't see Rico Verhoeven, unless you was being biased, beating his ass for 9 rounds. So miss me with that bullshit. But I think we did this one justice, man. I want to come out and talk about this. I was just like, man, like I was surprised that the reaction of everybody and how everybody was with it. I'm like, hold on, man. I just seen Rico beat his ass, man. I don't know what everybody else saw, but I wanted to put a stake in the ground for that, man. What y'all got, man? How y'all want to close out?
Well, I want to close out like I enjoyed like watching Frank Sanchez doing what he did. Wasn't a card that really interesting, but was a card that entertained some people, you know. And yes, Usyk was a hype and still a hype, and it's the great white hype right now, like Tyson was before him, and every dude that come is always. And he fell short. He was lucky. The guy was too tired, fell. But at the end of the day, it's boxing, and the boxing business always have the last word. So it is what it is. You know, that's me.
Word, man. I'm glad to hear from you,
Oh,
man. Be
and
safe
hit the
out
like
there, man.
button, subscribe, and the share. Yes, do that.
I appreciate you, Melazar, man. Thanks for coming through, man. Be safe out there, man. Make sure you have your long sleeves and your glasses on, man. What you got, AC?
Man, at the end of the day, I have no issues with this weekend's boxing. Big shout out to Amari Jones for snatching his belt in an impressive 3-round stoppage. I would probably say the tone of this weekend's boxing was stoppages and stuff like that. Hamza gets a incredibly, good stoppage in the form of the name of this channel, Bodywork Boxing. He threw that body shot, homeboy just folded like a cheap wallet. You feel what I'm saying? Even in the Amari Jones fight, he was doing that impressive body work. And big shout out to Amari too for leading. I believe this was his first card on the champion, and it was a championship level fight. So big shout out to him. Unfortunately, I didn't see all of the card and stuff like that, but I did get to see him and support what he did on Friday. Last night's fights and stuff like that. I enjoyed it. I would probably give the card an A- overall. Excuse me. Excuse me, but I enjoyed the weekend's festivities, and I look forward to the next cards and stuff like that. Big shout out to everybody who pulled up on the panel today. Even big shout out to the trolls who were calling us racist and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, when you clicked on and decided to comment, you're actually helping the show out.
Yeah.
So more of you come, it's okay with me. You'll never get up under my skin. You'll never rattle me and things like that. So it is what it is. Other than that, man, I look forward to the next show and stuff like that. I love all the topics that we cooked on tonight, especially letting people know that don't fall into the narrative of David Benavidez ducking Ja Obataia. You know what I'm saying? Because if Obataia really wanted that fight, he would just say, you know what? I'll fight you just for my ring belt. You know what I'm saying? Stop putting Zuffa in the fight having to be on Zuffa to make it the sticking point. That's telling me you're ducking, not David Benavidez. So, with that being said, man, I'm on to the next one, and I look forward to these fights coming up, especially the Boots and Xander fight, which is, I think, in 2 more weeks. So, yeah, that's going to be an interesting fight week and stuff like that.
Word. I appreciate you, AC, man. Thanks for coming through, man. I hope you enjoy your weekend, man.
Yeah, definitely, bro. Definitely.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, man.
All right. We had another good one, man. Actually, the Xander and Boots fight is June 27th. So we about a month out. But a fight that is high on my radar is next weekend. Yeah, when we get to see Usyk take Lil Ray Ray to school, man. No offense, man. Both of my boxes to watch, man. The Savage and Usyk, man. Both in my boxes to watch, but it's coming up next weekend. I was trying to buy time. I was getting through all of the Alicia Baumgartner and Clarissa Shields BS and all that. I heard people playing politics the same way they did with Errol Spence and Bud Crawford, the same way they doing with Tank and Shakur, the same way they do with pretty much everything, where they flip and they flop and they flippity flop. Not here in body work. That's not what we do. We keep it straight down the middle. Like, it's crazy how on Wednesday they'll tell you, oh man, Clarissa, blah, blah, blah. And then on Saturday they'll come back and tell you, oh no, Alicia, she got the right to be. It's like, no, listen. All the time, right? There's always a reason to put your hands on somebody. It's like Chris Rock said. He said, it's a reason to throw an old lady down a flight of steps. You just don't do it. You know what I'm saying? So boxers can be going at it. You can justify, oh, she light skinned, oh, she dark skinned, and blah, blah, blah. Alicia Baumgartner was talking her shit. Clarissa Shields got out of pocket like she normally do, and she slapped her. So if AB decides to press charges on her, right, for actually making physical contact, because she said, I will. She said, I will beat you right now. She said, I will. She didn't say, I'm going to. That's different. You know what I'm saying? And it's all about intentionality. If AB had the intentionality to beat the shit out of Clarissa, which, you know, nobody probably pretty much think that she would, unless Clarissa Shields had to meet her to catch weight, had to drain herself, a la Conor Ben versus Eubanks. Yeah, that would be a circus fight. Who wants that? But we shouldn't be having the benefit of being able to pick and choose. On Wednesday, we want to be on Clarissa's side, and then on Saturday, we want to be on AB's side. You're a flip-flopper, just like you do with everybody else. But that's the state of boxing. So if AB decide to press charges and Clarissa Shields got to come out of pocket, that's their prerogative. Not none of mine. I don't give a fuck, because they're in 2 totally different weight classes. Clarissa Shields ain't gonna stop eating and suck herself down, and AB ain't gonna eat her way up. That just is what it is. I was more upset that AB poured water on the Dubois fight when Dubois said, I want to fight, but then she put herself in a situation where she's not gonna really fight Clarissa. So as it relates to the sport of boxing, I think they both full of shit. You know what I'm saying? Because Clarissa ain't gonna suck herself down to go fight AB. AB ain't gonna fight nobody in her weight class or a one weight class above. And Caroline Dubois saying she need to do X, Y, and Z, and she thinks she done made it. So, you know what I'm saying? If they both end up broke, it's gonna be because of their own doing. In that situation with Clarissa and AB, I think AB was right. You know what I'm saying? You can say all you want and do all this and all that, but once somebody put their hands on you, it's different. You know what I'm saying? You can say whatever. I can say I don't like you. I don't like how you look. I don't like your weave. I don't like this. I don't like that. I'm just talking. Once somebody put their hands on you, it's a whole different story. That's how it is according to the law. And my lady was tripping out. She said, listen, I ain't even going. She was talking about Clarissa. Clarissa said, I ain't even going to take it to the law. I'm just going to take it to court. My lady be like, hold on, man. This bitch retarded. She's like, I'm not even going to take it to the law. I'm just going to take it to the court. She's like, hold on. I'm not going to take it to the law. I'm just going to take it to court. I've been getting on Clarissa, man. Like, you can't pick and choose when you want to be on her side, man. Her, Bud, Core, Keyshawn, they all out of pocket, man. They all be saying shit that don't make no goddamn sense. You know what I'm saying? Which is my next segue. I don't know how y'all feel, man, but I ain't gonna lie. I felt some kind of way seeing Earl Spence training with Bud Crawford, man. That nigga Bud is a snake. That nigga Bud is a snake. And I'm like, Earl, man, you might have been sent here to teach somebody like me a lesson, man. Even though I'm significantly older than you, man. I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot, man. Because if you can go back and train with a nigga like that and trust a nigga like that, hey, man, I gotta salute you, Earl. You know what I'm saying? Man down. That's why I'll never, man, GTD, you know what I'm saying? Lines only, man down. I'll never turn my back on them guys, man. Those are my guys, man. But Earl, you got some cojones, man. I would never be caught on film training with a nigga like Bud. Like, period, man. I don't trust they kind. I don't trust people from the area. I don't trust nothing about them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's nothing genuine about them. Any chance he get, whenever he asks or whatever, you don't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. You ain't about this. You ain't about that. This and this and that. Like, I would never have given that nigga the light of day to be able to be seen on camera training with a nigga like that. But you are Earl Spence, man. That's why we love you, man. You do things that, you know what I'm saying, they shock the fans, man. They, like, you always gonna have a fan base, man. Win, lose, or draw. You always gonna have people that's gonna support you. Why? Because you didn't dodge no smoke. You was all about business. You always was man down. You didn't take no tune-ups. You didn't make no excuses. You always fought the best competition. But as far as Bud, not so much. You know what I'm saying? That's just the real deal. Totally feel. As far as this great white hug conversation, Usyk has been the great white hype. And I find it appalling for people who want to use Usyk's name when it's convenient to pretty much project themselves as like something important in the boxing world to make a point. But in realistically, like in real life, he just got outboxed by a kickboxer. And they got robbed in the scorecards. I don't really care how you feel about it. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. But fact is fact and fiction is fiction. So it is what it is. We got a huge fight between Oshaki Foster and Ray Ford coming up next weekend on May 30th. That's a fight you don't want to miss. I think it's going to be the continuation of what they call belt to ass. See, Keyshawn Davis, last week he was trying to tell us that what he did with Nahir Albright, that was really like belt to ass. No. Like what Oshaki did to Stephen Fortune, that was really belt to ass. And I think that we're going to get the continuation, which is going to be a master class, if you ask me, man. You know what I'm saying? Oshaki look like he been putting in work. I've been watching Ray Ford's training camps. And Ray Ford, he's solid. He muscular. He been doing his, you know what I'm saying? He been doing his little yoga and namaste and all of that. But, I think that Oshaki gonna whoop that ass. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. And if I am wrong, guess what? I still win. Why? Because if I'm wrong about Oshaki putting belt to ass to Ray Ford, and Ray Ford wind up putting belt to ass to Oshaki, guess what? Either way, I win. Just give me Oshaki, man. I'm probably gonna put something on it. But hopefully, man, we learned something from today's conversation and how we got down and how we talked about boxing and all of the panels, man. I appreciate everybody who came on and supported. I appreciate the super chat that I had. It speaks volumes to the channel, man. And y'all know how it is with me. I can speak that boxing talk all day and all night. I just want to come out here, man, and say what's up, man. Boxing, it really hasn't been the most inspiring here lately. There's a lot of politics going on. There's been a lot of BS, man. I can say the boxing boys, man, they've been Ness. And I've heard him say something about Shakur. I've heard him say something about Oshaki. Devin, and how Devin ducked Rolly. And I was like, wow. Like this is the boxing voice in which, I was really this is the one that I used to tune into all the time. This was the guy that I actually used to, pay attention to. I'm like, man, it shocked me when he said that. He said two things. He said, well, the first thing was like, okay, Ness might be back. He's back. He said, man, you can't be running around talking about you Debo and you avoiding somebody like Rolly. That was the first thing. And next short I seen, he was like, man, listen, as far as Shakur, he's like, man, they making all these excuses. They running around. They saying they won't fight this person. They won't. This is Shakurians getting in the way of why he shouldn't fight this person. I was like, oh, snap. I'm not crazy. I'm actually on to something. But that's just, I promise you, it's been since I've been in high school, man. I've been praying to the universe for vision, man. So I truly believe that I'll be seeing things ahead of the time. And sometimes I gotta slow down and say, okay, maybe people just not on where you're at right now. Maybe you're a little bit too advanced. So I've been sitting back, evaluating, looking at things, and waiting for people to come up to the point to where I'm at. So I don't seem like I'm crazy. And that's been working for me. Maybe that equates to me not making as much content as usual. Oh well, at least I'm still making content. All I do know is that your great white hype was exposed tonight. Hopefully you was able to put something in your rucksack and march on. We always say that silence is consent, meaning that all it takes for evil to prevail, for men and women to remain silent. So we speak to the things that need to be spoken to in the sport of boxing. Hopefully you was able to put something in your rucksack and march on with it. We all have our opinions, man, but sometimes, man, when you narrative driven, it's also apparent. So we ask that you go venture out. Go over there with your favorite channels, always know your name, and they always glad you came, and he's always quick to sing your praise. And after that, you come over here where we at, and you hear what we gotta say. Hopefully you can put something in your rucksack and march on with it. And you gain something, you learn something, you experience something, you get a laugh, you get a giggle, you learn some wisdom, something. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna add to, not take away from your life. You know what I'm saying? And you live to have another boxing conversation. But as y'all all know, I can always talk this boxing talk all day and all long. I just think that it's a scam alert. This dude is not who y'all think he is, man. Salute to Rico, man. They robbed you, bruh. Thanks for choosing Bodywork Boxing. We don't take things for face value. We do that body work.
He didn't want to box. He wanted to actually prove that he could punch with you. He was like, what the fuck is this nigga? Right. Oh, okay. You want to go to sleep. You tired.
Welcome to Bodywork.